We're Cambridge, we're Colchester, Felixstowe and Cromer, we're Peterborough, Wellingborough, we're Luton and Acton, we're Hertford and Stratford, London and the East. We're beginners and we're veterans, local and adopted. We're progressive, we're inclusive, we're versatile. We wear our badge with pride. We're those who volunteer endless time, nurturing the future of our game. We're those who inspire others to give it a go. We're those who support with passion, and those who dream of pulling on our shirt. We're strengthening our history to thrive in the future. We are built by our region, for our region. We are Sunrisers.
Morning all, and good morning and welcome back to Lords. It's day 3 of this county championship match in Division 1. Middlesex up against it. They're resuming this morning on 85 for 1, following on 148 runs still behind. Skies are blue. That's the main piece of information that we really need to know today. The forecast is looking pretty good, so plenty of work to do. Let's look back at what happened on day 2 to find out why. On the spot now, that's going to be close and gone. Out LBW, got it to seam back up the slope. Mercer from the nursery end. Overton's gone for 3. Nice contrive. 4 more. Henry's on to 18 and causing a real problem here for Middlesex. Strike rate of 200. On the bumper it is, and it's flicked fine of all 3 of them for 4 more. Well, Henry is standing toe-to-toe with Middlesex at the moment. He moves to 26 from 13. That's 4 more down the leg side. Just started 2 straight, Mercer. Up in the air. Bamba's underneath it. Bamba holds on. Good catch by Ethan Bamba. And Wickham bowls him. There's maximum bowling points for Middlesex. 398 for 9. Here's the bouncer, follows him down the leg side and gone. That is the end of the innings, 404, and Gregory's gone for 42. The bouncer from Higgins following him. Gregory nicks it through to Simpson. A 4th for Higgins, 4 for 74. Oh, he's bowled him. Sloman's gone for 7. Oh, look at that. And he's on a hat-trick, Henry. What a ball to get first up for Eskenazi. Incredible delivery. A few more shots like that will help. Holds it into double figures. That one's given a bit more oomph. Wasn't quite the half volley of the ball before. Now that's going to be very close and it's gone. Oh, it's going to be close as well, it's gone. White's out for a second ball duck. Middlesex are 49 for 4. Edgy, but runs down to the vacant deep third. 4 of them. Oh, now, have they? They have. Robson fezzes it through down the leg side and gone for 28. Edged away, find a gully. 4 more. Oh, now that's close, he's gone. Down on one knee, he's missed it. Hits on that back pad. Pretty plumb that for Higgins. Oh, going for the reverse sweep, and a reverse sweep straight to slip. Holman's gone for a duck, 9th ball. Well, you won't have to worry about that one. That goes over mid-wicket. Mid-on heads off to collect. shot. 4 runs, and that's 50 for Simpson. He's waited a while. He's been in the 40s for a long while, seeing wickets tumble at the other ends. A real team innings. Goes again, toe end of the bat, and he's going to go. Extra cover takes the catch. A shot too many from Roland Jones. He's gone. Edged and gone. 5 for Henry. 5 for 45. And Simpson thumps it. Oh, wow. Merton backing up. Simpson's gone. That's a nice shot. Well timed. 4 runs. First boundary. Good from Robson. Half volley from Siddle. Edge gone. Good pace, good bounce. Great areas from Siddle. That's clipped away nicely by Eskenazi. That's a nice shot for Stoven. He's into the 40s. 72 for 1. And a dot ball. Middlesex will be relieved. 81 for 1. Following on, they still trail by 148. Eskenazi, 16. Tough second day for Middlesex. Good day though for John Simpson. Stranded at the end. Another 50 to him. Let's hear what he had to say about his performance on the second day.
John Simpson, thanks ever so much for joining us. The end of day 2 here at Lords against Somerset. You can probably sum that up as a tough day at the office for Middlesex.
Yeah, probably right, Fletch. It's a difficult day. Obviously not ideal. We obviously coming into this morning, obviously wanted to bowl them out as quickly as we could done it, and then get batting and try and get up to their total by the end of the day. But yeah, it's been tough. Obviously got an early breakthrough, and then they came out pretty aggressive, which was difficult. Obviously, bowlers have had a lot of overs the last couple of games, so fair credit to them to keep running and trying. And just fell a little bit short with the bat, but in pretty tricky trying and testing conditions. Obviously, all their bowlers have played international cricket, and we've just got to rise to the challenge. I thought the way that we went about it in the second innings, following on was the blueprint. I thought obviously Robbo and Rocky opening up started off really well, and the way that Essie came out and played with that nice intent and defended his stumps and capitalised on any width. So obviously going into tomorrow is going to be crucial first couple of hours and try and sneak up to their total and hopefully try and get a big lead.
Absolutely, John. It's obviously we're backs against the wall now. Focusing on that first innings, you top scored with an unbeaten 57 of your own. It looked damn tough going out there. We're up against a world-class attack here. I don't think we helped ourselves with some shot selection, but as for yourself, you batted exceptionally well.
Yeah, obviously, as you mentioned, it's a world-class attack, and it's one of the great things about the game is that you get to go out there and pit your wits against a lot of these guys. So, obviously, it was very challenging conditions. Obviously, once that ball got a little bit older, it made things a little bit easier. But obviously, it was nice to spend some time in the middle. Probably been a little short runs the last 3 or 4 innings, but like I said, it was nice to get out there and scrap hard and try and get try and get us up to as many as we could. But a little bit unfortunate at the end where we had a little bit more fun with Mert. But it's just one of those things. But as you said, going into tomorrow, it's an exciting challenge for us. Backs against the wall, and I think we've seen over the years this team's risen to that challenge quite well. So I think that's an exciting prospect heading into tomorrow, and looking forward to the challenge that lies ahead.
This game, John, I guess mirrors the batting performances of some of the other games you've experienced this year. It's been tough going for the top order so far this year. What do you put that down to? Is it largely the quality of the attacks we're facing? Obviously, you mentioned this week's attack is a world-class attack, full of internationals. It's kind of no different every week. Yeah,
absolutely, and I think that's the intensity that Division 1 brings. They're relentless. I think that's the biggest thing is that the kid coming and you've got to be right on it from ball one, because you can quickly find yourself back in the pavilion. And that's been it really. We just found ourselves a little bit short of form, a little bit short of confidence. But when you come here, it's going to be tough. We've not really played on many great wickets here, the way you can sort of feel your boots, but yeah, it's that first sort of 20-30 balls where you've got to scrap hard. But as you said, the Division 2 to Division 1 brings a different intensity, and you've got to be right on it from ball one. And as I said, it's about rising to the challenge, and I've seen this group of men do that on many occasions, and that's what excites me about tomorrow. If we can play with that same intensity and keep their good balls out and capitalise on their bad balls, then hopefully come that sort of tea time session, we might be in a position to sort of see where we're at and try and eke out as many runs as we can going into obviously day 4. But obviously that first couple of hours tomorrow morning is going to be crucial.
One last one for me, John. I spoke to John about this prior to the start of the game, and he was talking about the fact that batters have stood up at different times. You've each got in at certain points this year, but nobody's really kind of done it as a collective. I guess if we're going to get through this one, tomorrow's that day when we need everyone literally to click and come together, put on that big score. Yeah,
absolutely. It's no secret that we've all been short of runs. It's tricky. It's a tricky place to play cricket. When the sun's out, everyone says it's a great place to bat. When it's overcast, it's it's a tricky place to bat. But as you say, we have been short of runs. But as you say, I've seen this batting unit get plenty of runs in the past. It's no different. It's still the same ball. We've just got to go out there and one ball at a time and try and build some partnerships, because that's going to be the crucial part of this game. And as I said, keep saying it's a great challenge, a great opportunity for us to show some real fight and some real determination, because it's in there with us group of lads. And like I said, I'm excited to see what tomorrow brings, because if we do fulfil our potential on a day and we bat this whole day, who knows what can happen on day 4 on a wicket that's spinning, that's up and down. So that's the exciting part of this game.
Simo, sounds like you're up for the challenge. Thanks for joining us. All the very best of luck tomorrow. Hope it goes well.
Pleasure. Cheers, Reg.
Another 50 yesterday, his second 50 of the season. Mark Stoneman has 45, Stephen Eskenazi has 16. Here come the umpires. Glorious conditions for batting today. It needs to be a brilliant day with the bat for Middlesex. 148 runs behind. A difficult time with the bat, as John Simpson said there. He said they all feel short on runs at the moment. They are. That can be the first part of the season, but equally today's a day where the sun's out and they will really want to put that right. But they're up against it though. 148 runs behind, and that in itself is going to take some knocking off against this attack. The ball's only 24 overs old, so Somerset will be very, very keen for a couple of breakthroughs today. And for them, they'll be thinking about a good morning session this morning, and then there's no way back for Middlesex. Win this morning session, I'm sure, will be the well, it always is the mantra of both sides. Win the next session and take it from there. But Somerset will know winning this session will be most likely terminal for Middlesex in this match. So a lot of pressure as those two make their way over the ropes. They should all have their tails up. As we saw yesterday, Overton has a little bit of a niggle. Had to go off the field. He limped at the end of his follow through a couple of times. So he's not quite fully fit. Tom Abel's unable to bowl due to an injury as well, but they do have Siddle and Gregory, a certain fellow who took a 5 for yesterday called Matt Henry. Alongside me, I've got Angus Fraser, and lovely to see you. Guess what? It was a great day yesterday for the club off the field. I saw a few. I'm sure you enjoyed it. You were hosting most of it, but tough day on the field.
Yeah. Good morning. Morning, everyone. It was a tough day, so I didn't really watch a lot. Go back to your office for a couple of minutes, watch MV play, see the wickets, see the boundaries, type of thing, like the highlights package. And we've got some work to do. Middlesex got to bat well, and they've got to bat well for a long time to get back into this match, which is not going to be easy, because as you said, Somerset got a probing attack. And the one bowler you didn't mention is Jack Leach, who I think he's. I do really get the feel Jack is underestimated by a lot of people. Right, he's not Shane Warne, he's not a time Rotheram, but he's a damn good bowler, I think. And he's bowled well against Middlesex on a lot of occasions, offers great control, wicket-taking potential as well. So he'll be someone who'll be whirling away at one end.
Matt Henry gets us underway from the nursery end. 5 for him. Leach, as you can see in the bottom there, he was last one up last night. None for 6 from his 3. Picks up a couple of wickets in the first innings. Higgins and Holman looking to be a little bit too adventurous, too early in the innings against him perhaps. But bowls with great control, and at the very least that's what Somerset will need from him today. Oh, it's a good leave again from Stoneman, who was removed first innings. Bowls by Henry for 7, very similar to the dismissal that he had against Kemar Roach at the Oval last week. Just getting on to nip back, take that off stump out of the ground. He's a fantastic bowler, Henry. 31 years of age now, 21 tests, 72 wickets, average of 37. His first class average though is 24. Middlesex knew all about that yesterday. He was pretty devastating in a couple of spells, that first spell in particular. He picked up 3 for removing Stoneman, Eskenazi and Holden. First runs the third day. He fielded down at deep third, so a long chase for backward point and a slip. Oof. All okay by the looks of it though. Stoneman on to 47.
Yeah, Matt Henry, sort of skiddy bowler, and he pitches the ball up, sort of beyond you, I'd imagine. I'm surprised his sort of test average is as high as you sort of said there, 37, 3.5 wickets a game, which is not a bad turnover of wickets per match. I suppose it shows the difference in quality of bats when you're bowling up. You pitch the ball up with a bit of pace, get a bit of movement. In first-class cricket, it can be very effective. In Test cricket, obviously, stronger, sterner defences, and playing on probably slightly better pitches too. And you can maybe leak a few more runs, but no, he's been a good overseas player each time he's come in. And in a way, he's sort of unlucky that he's not played more Test cricket than he has, but you look at New Zealand's seam attack with Southey, Bolt, Wagner. Who's the big fella that's injured his back? I'm
just looking at the last game. Southey, Henry, Bracewell, Tickner. Mitchell turned his arm over.
Jameson, isn't it? Jameson is the seam that's big tall fella who's hurt his back. So he's competing with some good bowlers. We're talking about Craig Overton and sort of Niggle. Looks like he's okay. Well, certainly starting the day. Whether he's get me on now because I'm loose. I've had the masseur, the physio at my leg, or my injury.
Yeah. No, he bowled with it yesterday. I think he came into the match with whatever it was. So it's an ongoing issue. If memory serves, it was knee for him. What are you on about?
No, I'm just ligamentitis. I don't know what. I've not heard that.
Have you not?
No.
Ligamentitis. Let me have a look now.
Could someone sort of, if there's a doctor or a surgeon or a physio out there, could you check that word exists? Because I've heard lots of knee complaints, but not ligamentitis before.
Sure, somebody said it was ligament. Yeah. That's where it went wrong, Gus. If you'd have got your ligamentitis sorted, you'd have been away.
So it does exist as a word.
It does.
I just thought you sort of a
I've missed you the first
ligament, a part of the body that sort of often causes sportsman injuries, and then put titus on the end.
Well, that's going to be close. Just doing too much, going down. Eskenazi survives on 16. Didn't go a long way across. Height as well.
Yeah, I suppose there are a couple of things there, sliding down the slope, a little bit of height, but it's certainly a line of attack that bowlers use to Eskenazi, don't they? Sort of plants his front foot and plays occasionally around it, which is why he has problems.
edged. It'll be a boundary for Eskenazi, who will very much expect a testing start here from Somerset. They'll know there'll be massive reward for a good first hour for them.
Yeah, I don't think it sort of carried. I think it was always along the ground, so yeah, it wouldn't have carried to the slips, but ball's racing away. Look at it snake its way down the ball. Amazing, isn't it? Never used to happen. The grass, again, it changed the outfield at Lords, and it's something you try to explain to people when you go abroad.
So third slip's just gone a little wider there.
So in England, the grasses tend to be pretty lush, and the ball just sort of rolls straight through them. In Australia, the grass is a bit coarser, and the ball sort of takes the camber of the grass as it goes down. You can see that sort of snake in there, can't you? As it sort of hits each cut bit, and it completely dumbfounded Philip Tufnell. He was standing there in Australia. Devon Malcolm would bowl a leg stump half volley, it'd be flicked down to fine leg, and this ball's snaking its way to Tufnell. And he didn't know whether to go forward, come back, and he was transfixed, because it's the first time that it sort of experienced that. In England, the ball just comes straight to you normally. But here at Lords, drained outfield, obviously they redid the outfield, and it's got a coarser grass on it, I think, to sort of, but it's pretty much just sand. What's underneath the green grass here, there's not a lot of nutrients in it, which is why I have to keep putting water on the ground to keep it green. So the grass here is a bit coarser and a bit tougher. Maybe slightly more like a couch grass of Australia. It's not like the lush grass that you'll see on a number of cricket fields this afternoon. So while I was boring you with the sort of the grass that we're playing on, you're looking at
Ligamentitis. Inflammation area of patella femoral ligamentitis, which is basically just above the patella in the knee.
So you've diagnosed him from here?
Yeah. I've got commentatoritis at the moment. I'd asked about Tom Abel as well, that he hadn't bowled yet in this match. It's not a bad man to come on and bowl. He's your fifth bowler in this one, but he's unable to bowl. He's got a niggle as well. Don't ask me to diagnose.
So he's got sore ankle-titis.
Can we get Cat back?
I believe you had a good day yesterday. You had a few people up here, didn't you?
Norman Cowans is the first. Cracking story about facing Malcolm Marshall for the first time at Uxbridge, batting without a helmet.
Well, Norman, I mean, obviously spent a bit of time with Norman yesterday, and I've been bowling with him here for years. Cracking bowler, bowling from the pavilion end, a bit sort of Tim Murtagh, sort of, I mean, with a little bit
from
more
the nursery,
pace.
yeah,
from the nursery end. He's 62. He looks about 45.
That's
I mean,
what I
it's
said
amazing.
to him. Yeah,
he looks in such great shape.
it's frightening, really. Yeah, he looks like he could be running into bowl still.
I know. There was myself and Ricky Elcock sort of stood next to Norman, and we're sort of in our mid to late 50s, and we both agreed that we had tougher paper rounds than him.
I actually didn't recognise him at first because I thought he looked too young. And he's got dreads. First time I've seen him wearing dreadlocks. Single for Stoneman. Morning to you if you tuned in today, Norman. Hopefully you are. I think he enjoyed his time up here. We had a good time recalling a few of the old stories. Yeah, he got struck on the cheek by Malcolm Marshall. Ember said, "Get forward." So he did. And wore one on the cheek. And then came back out to bat a few overs later.
Was there a famous picture of Norman sort of in mid-air facing a bumper from someone? It might have been a Dennis Lilly or something like that when he was on an Ashes tour with England. Umpires looking at the ball here, so Somerset complaining about it. Looks like they've get in their way and the ball's going to be changed. But Embers was always good like that, giving advice. I remember we played Warwickshire at Uxbridge, which was quite a quick bouncy pitch, but Dermot Reeve wasn't quick, but he had quite a sharp bounce. I mean, his bounce was a bit quicker than everything else. And Embers just kept saying to me, get forward to him, get forward to him. I said, what if he bumps me? He said, just duck your head. So put your head down and let it hit you.
Just found that picture you were saying, Dennis Lilly.
His helmet's come off, hasn't it?
Yeah. We could probably get that on comms camera again, maybe. The picture of Cowans with the... let's have a go. This might not work, but sit back for a moment, Gus, and we'll see if we can frame it up on camera. Modern technology, yeah.
Dennis, yeah, that's right, all the mod cons. Actually, I was thinking yesterday you could have come and sort of roamed around the players area and done a few interviews.
No, I'd have loved to, I really would, but there wasn't time. When who was with me just before lunch? It might have been David Nash, actually, who was with me. He said he's coming over, and I kind of looked at the time and thought, well, I won't get back. It was the problem. I'd really love to have got over yesterday. Real shame.
Could have had a roving, well, just have to have a word with Fletcher, won't you? We need a roving camera, so you could have gone through there between balls, between overs, you could have gone to the garden. And here I've got Mike Brearley, here I've got Mike Getty, I've got Alan Jones.
I mean, seriously, though, it would have been... It's the stuff of dreams, really, isn't it? Walking around amongst all the stars like that. 80 players in yesterday, Middlesex and Sunrisers. .88 for 1, end of the 27th. So with Norman, we were recalling doing the dressing room reunions during COVID. To those Zoom calls. As there was no cricket for the summer, we found something else to do instead, and that was great. Seeing everyone together. Not quite as many in it. Actually, probably Norman was one of the few from that Zoom call that was in yesterday. From that era. Get yourself and Gat, obviously.
So I just sort of... There was a lovely moment. I mean, there were lots of lovely moments probably yesterday where people catching up and sharing memories, and it wasn't just Middlesex men. Obviously, Middlesex women were there. Presented some caps to their players, the Sunrisers, and their disability side too. But there was a meeting, so we presented a cap to one of the older former players that we've got. Just wait for us this ball. So Bill Hilginson and Lisa, she's now Baldrini, but was Nye when she was younger, and they got talking, and Lisa went on to play for Middlesex, play for England. And it was Bill that had introduced her to cricket when he was a teacher at the school. From nowhere, he sort of asked Lisa whether she liked cricket and started playing cricket, and they hadn't met for 40 years. So since that time when they were at school, and it was the first time that they met up. And for Lisa, Bill was the only reason why she was here today, and the fact that she played cricket and she'd had so much fun playing cricket over the years. And there were tears in each other's eyes when they were sort of just meeting for the first time. So it was a really sort of special moment for those two. Bill being presented with the Middlesex cap to sort of commemorate his the fact that he played for the club, and obviously Lisa was there with several other former Middlesex women players having a really nice time.
He played 3 games in 1960, but went on to have quite a renowned coaching career for the MCC, Kenya amongst other places. But 80, I think 86 now.
No, he was in good shape. Looked well, really well. He was there with his son, with his granddaughter, I think.
He told Tyrone Henderson that she was the one that forced him to come. He was like, no, I won't. wanted to go, and she forced him to come along. Otherwise, he wasn't going to come.
Oh, brilliant.
But yeah, so he'd have been, I guess, 1960, and that's why, you know, when you mentioned about the camera there, in all seriousness, you know, that team that he'd have played in 1960, worth marking, getting those memories. Didn't look good, but an enthusiastic appeal from Stoneman from Overton. Overton alone, way up high, back foot. 90 for 1, end of the 28th.
Very sweet at tea time as well. We sort of unveiled a couple of benches for JT Murray and Alan Moss, and we lined up Fred Titmus's bench, who's got a bench in the garden already, and Don Bennett's next to him, so the 4 benches in a row. And it's obviously the wives of each of those players who sat on the bench commemorating their husbands' performances for Middlesex over the years.
Good bounce there as well for Henry.
We sort of presented a couple of caps. I mean, Alan Moss's family, or we presented Alan Moss with his ceremonial cap a few years ago, but did one for JT Murray and for Fred Titmus's wives. Fred Titmus, you sort of look at his career, I mean, it's just phenomenal. He got 140, I think it was 146 or 148 fifers.
About 2 here, Eskenazi. They settle on the 1 though.
148 5-wicket hauls. It's like it's just ridiculous, isn't it? A number when you think about it. You know, well, you got 2,500 wickets for the club in total around there. As you say, most other grounds you would have a stand named after him, but at Lord's there's only limited stands.
Just a single. So it's 49.
And 4 Middlesex players recognised here. Pelham Warner, Gubby Allen, the Warner and Allen stands. And obviously at this end of the ground, the nursery end of the game, we've got the Compton Edridge, so Dennis Compton and Bill Edridge. Grandstand, tavern stand, and mound stand. And there you have it. The pavilion. So it's difficult to change any of the names, isn't it?
Testing this for Eskenazi. Right back onto that spot where he was yesterday.
As far as the gates, there's Grace Gates, Rachel Hayhoe Flint Gates, North Gate, Pavilion End, Nursery End.
Yeah, the North Gate and the East Gate. Fraser and Gatting.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Number 6 at the back of the pavilion, Tradesman's entrance.
End of the over. It's 2 for 1.
But equally, I mean, you look at, I say, it's you sort of thinking, and obviously I see quite a lot of gap because he's on the Middlesex board and he's here today, I think. He's been up here to do some commentary, and
full session last night.
sort of how humble Gat is, isn't he? I mean, when you think what he's achieved, and 50,000, 35,000 runs, first class runs, wasn't it?
That struck me as soon as I met Gat. It was quite a long while into this job when I first met Gat, actually. long time. Then I ghosted a column for him for a little while as well. But immediately on meeting him, it wasn't the person I expected. He's extremely humble. Lift again for Overton. Oh, that was taken behind the stumps.
Yeah, going through it. Head height. Overton bending his back, trying to get some life out of this surface. Left that Stoneman, hasn't he? Last moment.
I can certainly see why you and Gat didn't get on at times. He and I had a great time last night.
But it's one of those things where you chat with Mike Gatting and he talks about players.
That'll be the 50. Stoneman, who has found his way into this summer. Middlesex opener. He needed a helping hand last night from Somerset, but 50 from 83 deliveries, 5 fours and 114 minutes. Middlesex are desperately going to need him today.
They are. It's a good start, but he'll know it's only a start. He knows that he wants to be there at tea time, doesn't he? And that'll be his challenge to maintain concentration. But another good delivery there from Overton. Again, it just shows the difference, doesn't it, when you're a big, tall man, look to be aggressive, look to hit the pitch hard, sort of just extract bounce out of a surface that smaller bowlers struggle to get. It's a real good carry there from Overton. Again, Steve Davis taking the ball in front of his eyes. Standing 15-20 yards back. Just finish up with Gattis. I mean, he rarely talks about himself, but so when he talks about batters, he sort of almost puts himself in a league of people and say, Gat. Shut up for a moment. You're a level ahead of this. I mean, you're working in a sort of rare atmosphere here. The career average of over 50 for your county is just phenomenal. 35,000 runs at an average of 50. And other outstanding Middlesex cricketers over the years, your sort of Radley Slacks, Barlows, and even the modern players, your Robsons and Millans and people like that, sort of averaging mid-30s, and you're 50% better than them with your average, and that's how good he was. I mean, it's just I'd say those that have seen and played with Gat don't forget it, because you realise how good he was. But I think a lot of people, it's easy to forget how good this fellow was. Yes, with England he probably didn't do as well as he wanted, but it's playing international cricket is a huge challenge. But it's still sort of average low 30s there, didn't he? 33, 34, number of hundreds, double hundreds. So yeah, an outstanding career, and obviously brought this club unbelievable success in the 80s and 90s.
Double at that one from Stoneman. Somebody said to me actually that they think people don't really remember just how good a captain he was for England. That's not my recollection. It's funny you say that about his batting, because I wouldn't have, I'd have thought of him as one of the greats, captain and batter for England. Just looking at his average now, first class average, you say, averaging 50. Test average 35 and a half. So yeah, he'd have liked
so again,
that
we look at 35 and a
and
half, and you don't it's only 30, but it's probably the most recent players, apart from obviously your Joe Roots and the exceptional talents like that. But it was just the way he just took attacks apart, the desire to bat. I mean, I'm just always him and Graham Gooch, really. Gooch is a wonderful player who did take the sort of county form that he had into Test cricket and obviously had an magnificent career. But Gadding and Gooch were dominating county cricket, just hundreds after hundred after hundred, and winning games of cricket for their sides. Gap sort of manner, sort of coffee hat sort of thing, doesn't he, when he hit a 4 or something like that. It was sort of a bit like Viv Richards. Sort of had a bit of a snort when when he sort of smacked one for 4 or something like that, just to let you know he was around. I always remember Gap played Somerset, actually it was against Somerset at Uxbridge, and they had a spinner called Harvey Trump, an off spinner. Wasn't a bad bowler actually, and Gap was a magnificent player of spin, and he took six fours and then over. It was just, and wherever he moved the field, he just hit the ball, and you thought, Gap, this is cruel. This is cruel. This is like a cat playing with a mouse here, and it just destroyed Harvey Trump. Sort of the way he sort of slogged him over mid-wicket, put him mid-wicket, and took him from backward point, and dabbed him down to third, and it was just like 6 fours and an over, and it was like, Gap, please. There was also a game, we played a 10-over match at Hampshire. It was a Benson Hedges game, and Hampshire scored about 80 in the 10 overs that they batted, and we knocked them off in about 7 overs, and Gat got 60 of the 80 that we chased. I think did he sweep? He might have, I mean, he obviously swept Cowley, might have been the spinner, or Rajesh Maru. Cardigan Connery swept. Tim Tremlett, he swept. PJ Backery probably swept, or reversed. Anyway, he played a shot, and Graham Sainsbury, who was the Hampshire coach at that time, said, if you reverse sweeps Marshall, I'm expletive retiring. But he didn't reverse sweep Marshall.
Just had a quick look there. What didn't strike me? Test debut 1978, last Test 1995, 17-year span. Test cricket. That's a long, long time. Too many that have done 17 years. Bearing in mind the side that he finished up against: McDermott, McGrath, Warne. Joe Angel.
Played in his last Test at Perth. Actually, both he and Graham Gooch played their final Test in the same game. The Wacker. I ended up, I was night watchman. They both got out sort of quite quickly in the second innings, and I had to go out. Was I night watchman there? In the second innings of. Yeah. LBW McGrath 5 for 20 minutes.
McGrath, McDermott, they were going through the top order, weren't they? McDermott caught and bowled Gooch.
McDermott was a magnificent bowler. And McGrath was right at the start there. I think that there were, McGrath is sort of a, I mean, whether he can do it, how many Test wickets did McGrath end up with?
Ended up with 563 Test wickets at an average of 21.
And I reckon he could almost name who he got out in order. He said, because when I was chatting to him, he said, yeah, you were my 6th victim or something like that. LBW. Right. This is sort of, I think he probably sort of almost that sort of studious about sort of the way he ran around his business.
Might get hold of that Eskenazi.
I mean, there's a funny sort of, we're going on a bit here, you know, sort of the game's on in the background. Gat always used to say, I'd open the bowling from the pavilion like Overton now, new ball, bowl your first ball, goes through to the keeper, Gat looks at the ball, you miss the seam, shakes his head. The second ball he does the same, and it's like, throws it away, and all of a sudden, he's just you're going to hit the seam, Gus, this over type of thing. And apparently McGrath was I mean, we'd say everybody goes on now about this sort of fashionable thing called wobble seam. I mean, I perfected wobble seam. Every ball I bowled was wobble seam. It wasn't deliberate. It's just the way it came out of my hand. But it didn't matter really, because it hits one side of the seam, it might go one way. It hits the other, it might go the other. As long as you're hitting a good length, you're sort of in the game as such. And McGrath sort of similar, I'm not comparing myself with McGrath, but McGrath sort of similar mental sort of outlook and everything like that. And apparently Mark Taylor used to sort of do the same to him. Sort of he'd missed the seam first ball a couple of times. Mark Taylor's first slip shaking his head, and McGrath would just say 100 at 21, 200 at 21, 300, 500 at 21. So I must be doing something if I get 500 wickets at 21 apiece. But basically, if you could get anybody else to do it better, then go find them type of thing.
Looking at that last side, he said Gooch and Gatting's last. So Gooch was opening, Atherton at 3, Gatting 4, Fraser at 5. Sorry, Gatting Fraser at 4. It's night watch. But Thorpe, young Thorpe, Crawley and Ramprakash.
Stephen Rhodes, so Alex Stewart not playing in that game. Chris Lewis, best athlete I played cricket for England. Wonderful player. Philip de Freitas. Again, 2 Wembley boys, Chris Lewis and Philip de Freitas, played their cricket at Vale Farm. 6 or 7 miles probably as the crow flies from Lords. Went on to have great careers at Leicestershire, Lancashire, a few other counties as well, didn't they, between them. Alex Stewart must have been injured. Just Stephen Rhodes playing rather than Alex Stewart. He must have, I think he might have broken a finger.
Number 11, Devon Malcolm. That's a pretty decent attack. Lewis, de Freitas, Malcolm, Fraser.
That was a horrible test where we dropped half a dozen catches in Australia's first innings. 402. I think that's when Slater chirped me as well.
Go on, expand.
In the West Indies, they're called sloggers cane cutters. So you like sort of the swiping like you're cutting cane in the field. So in the Caribbean, they're called sort of West batters that slog cane cutters. And I used to call him a cane cutter, sort of when he was out there. And I think it was in that test, and I bowled sort of over pitch one, and he drilled it over extra cover, one bounce into the advertising boards at the Wacker. Went like a shell. And I was sort of walking back to my mark, pretty fed up because I bowled a rubbish ball. And almost sort of aware of this sort of little presence sort of to my right as I'm sort of on the walking back. And he was just there by my side, and I looked down, it was Michael Stark. I said, "What are you doing here? Go away," or something like that. And I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "Just cutting another bit of cane, mate." With that Australian side, Slater, Taylor, Boone, War, Blewett, Healy, Warne, Joe Angel, McGrath, McDermott. A few decent cricketers there.
Up the opening pair in the second innings, Taylor and Slater. Can you remember the drops?
I didn't have one drop. It was Devon Malcolm who had loads of catches dropped, actually. There was that famous moment where Thorpe dropped one at slip, and then kicked it away, and they went run.
Yes, remember that.
I think he booted it, and he conceded 2 or 3 runs.
So I think that made the news, didn't it? I'm pretty sure that, I mean, back then cricket used to get on the 6 o'clock news, didn't it?
I also remember we're playing at one end and there's just, the Wacker's a huge ground, or it was big and probably sort of a bit smaller. Well, I know they don't play anywhere now. They play at the new venue, which is just down the road.
Skipper through for a leg bye. 84 for 1.
But I got clipped through the leg side, and it's a huge boundary rolling away down towards the net area on the far side of the ground. And Crawley lumbering after it. And they ran 5. It was like, kick it over the boundary. They ran 5. Just looking at the first things there. 9. Batted for 47 minutes, I did. Faced 18 balls. Who was a batter?
Chris Lewis, I guess he got 40.
Probably, yeah. Wasn't much fun batting at the Wacker when you're limited. Quick bouncy pitch. A lot of balls whistling past your nose. With limited ability.
The reason I dropped that card, so that was Gatt's last test, because I was thinking 17 years. Yeah, the reason I got onto that card was, so the end of his career is facing the great Australian side, and through the 80s he faced the great West Indies side, so it's not a bad test.
I'd say it was, I mean, obviously England side of the 90s. I mean, Sky did that sort of famous, well, not famous, but they did a really, well, Sky do some brilliant sort of lunchtime, sort of 20-minute, 30-minute sort of fillers, don't they, where they look back at things and tours.
That graphic at the bottom is slowly catching up. It's a ball behind at the moment, so that's the start of the 35th over. It's a bit disconcerting at home. I've been watching it for a while. It'll catch up in a minute.
Yeah, but the one series, it was like we don't want it to be like it was in the 90s, and when the 90s is your decade, it's a bit sort of right. And actually, England side won more tests or had a better win ratio in the 80s. Sorry, in the 90s than we did in the 80s, when it was supposed to be a great era, just because we won the Ashes a few times. And obviously in the 90s we got our backsides kicked by the Aussies every time.
Oh, is there an inside edge on that? The appeal gave something away to me.
Yes, it looked like maybe outside the line as well. No, a big inside edge, wasn't it?
He knew it, Matt Henry. Had to have a go though, didn't he? Enthusiasm getting the better of him. Brilliant bowler from Henry. Real test for Sloman.
It's a good field this that Somerset have set here, in the way that they're sort of aware of Stoneman's dismissals and been bowled a few times, and almost leaving that big area, extra cover area open for him to have a drive at. With the ball coming in on the angle, it sort of don't quite get your timing and your stroke right, you might chop on or miss it completely. So a good field here.
That's the one, Gatt. So that England side that he made his debut in: Boycott, Rose, Randall, Roop, Jeff Miller, Bob Taylor, Phil Edmonds, Jeff Cope, John Lever, Bob Willis. (1978).
It's different, isn't it? I mean, again, there's some obviously legends of English cricket there. You've got Boycott, you've got Willis, two of the all-time greats. There's also a few players there who didn't play a great deal with, Roop, Cope. John Lever's a good bowler, left-arm spinner. Phil Edmonds, obviously a Middlesex man, wonderful left-arm spinner. Bob Taylor, who was a fine keeper. But Alan Knott would have played a lot of cricket when he was at his best. Derek Randall, eccentric, and again Brian Rose, who didn't play many games. So sort of mixed side in the 70s.
Yeah, just thinking of the attacks he'd face. So he'd come into the England side in '78, then play through that, basically facing that West Indies attack.
Well, but it's 70, and I remember harping on about this, but in the late 70s, the Aussie attack, Lily Thompson, and had those two to cope with. Great West Indies side. South Africa obviously weren't back in the fold then until the early to mid 90s. New Zealand attack would have been led by Hadley and Chatfield. So Hadley, one of the greatest bowlers ever played, and Chatfield was a pretty good performer in his limitations.
Bit of Siddle into the attack, and offers one up outside off stump. Eskenazi happy to cash in, 99 for 1.
It's first boundary of the morning. Eskenazi will feel better for that. Had to work for his runs. Looking there, 70 balls he's faced for his 24, so scoring rate of 2 and over.
What a comeback from Siddle. What a comeback. Right on the spot. He picks up his second, Somerset's second of the Middlesex follow-on. Beautiful piece of bowling. Eskenazi off the back of the boundary to pass to a lovely ball up the slope from Siddle.
Yep, Steve Eskenazi standing there. I think he might have bowled him, didn't he? Looking at Eskenazi looking behind at the stumps. Caught behind a bolt, I'm not 100% sure, but the wicket that Somerset wanted, had to work hard for this morning. It's played outside the line of the ball, hasn't he, though? Sort of thought it beat the outside edge, but it's beating the inside edge.
You know your cricket, Gus. Bowled him. Goodness me, what a ball.
Top of off. Just grazed the off stump. This will be a good view of it, won't it, as you see the bail fall off.
Yep, he leans on the bat. You can't believe it, Eskenazi. Beautiful ball from Siddle. 99 for 2. He strikes the second ball of the morning. And, well, it's been a really good start from both. Middlesex have batted well. They've dug in this morning for, 45 minutes. Added 18 runs to the overnight score. That last 4 Eskenazi scored, just helping it along. But that also says how well Somerset have bowled. They've been tight and given Middlesex anything. Stoneman and Eskenazi digging in hard out there, but brilliant ball from Siddle.
And I suppose it does say talk about the modern game now, and LBWs do give more decisions, and it's, I suppose, the TV views and what we see now, and you don't have to knock a stump out of the ground to get someone out LBW to hit the stumps, do you? You just have to graze it. So therefore, in the umpire's eyes, the stumps, quite rightly, are probably wider than they would have been 25, 30 years ago, where umpires seemed to give very little. but if you graze the off stump and it knocks the bail off, you're out. And it counts as 1 wicket even if you knock 2 stumps out the ground.
Lifted from Siddle. Ridden by Holden to get off the mark. 100 up for Middlesex. Still trailing 129 runs. A bit of applause from a fair crowd in this Saturday. Game that they will certainly hope will not be over quickly.
Good crowds in on the first. Good crowds in on the first 2 days, isn't there? It's been nice.
You can hear the enthusiasm of Siddle and of the field after that wicket. I think we know just how big a wicket that man is for this innings, for this match, for this morning's session. Good 45 minutes for Middlesex, but they need an outstanding morning here if they're to keep Somerset at bay.
You could say it for all of the Middlesex's top order batsmen this year. Need to produce an innings, don't they? There isn't a batsman. Yes, there's. No one's scored 100, have they? I'm sat here now thinking. There's been a few 50s, and each time you thought the player's getting going, and he's suddenly going to turn it into a consistent run of form. Whether it's Robson, Stoneman, again, Holden got a 50 here, didn't he, against Notts in the victory. None of them have got going, and this is the 6th game. So they're almost halfway through the county championship season.
It's a horrible thought for all of us. 1 for 2. Yeah, Holden scored 53 in the second innings in that chase. It was a really good 53 as well. A lot of pressure. Milan top scored 61, playing in this game with a knee problem. Not sure whether it's ligamentitis or. That's twice I've made you laugh this morning, Gus. Once on purpose. Yeah, Stoneman, 51. The Ducks in the first innings, 3 and 24. In the match at Northamptonshire. 76 in that first innings against Nottinghamshire, 43 in the second. Got them off to a really good start. Just 10 and 13 against Kent, 8 and 28 against Surrey. So yeah, first century of the season awaits for a Middlesex batter. 76 from Robson at the Oval. .76 from Stoneman against Kent. very quick look at the scores elsewhere before the over's done. Game's moving along quickly around the country. Northamptonshire 77 for 2. Still trailing by 234 at Hampshire. Hampshire racking up 367, skittling Northants for 56. Barker 4 at Abbott, Abbas 2, Holland 2, Turner 1. With the over here, 101 for 2. Abbott's rested for that game. It's a lovely ball. It's going to be a real test, this, for Max Holden. Who does have that 50 that we were mentioning in the chase, and it's crucial, a 50 really. Serious pressure in that Nottinghamshire match, but so far this summer, 6 and 25 against Essex, 7 and 7 against Northants at Wantage Road. 7 in that 53 against Nottinghamshire, 6 against Kent, 7 and 43 at the Oval.
Played well. I mean, the Oval was a tough game. Some of Surrey got a really strong attack when you look at Roach, Abbott, Worrell, Atkinson, who looks a fine prospect, and Clark. And on the third evening, we went in about 120 for 3, and it was really proper cricket, batted really well there in difficult circumstances. Obviously Stoneman given out when he didn't hit it, which was a frustration, but
It's kept a fraction low on him, Holden. Perhaps wasn't there for the shot, certainly at this stage of the innings as well.
not a great stroke there by Max. Did keep a little bit low, but equally, is it a stroke you should be? I mean, you're trying to be positive, aren't you? He's just missed one outside of stump, played a missed at a sort of pretty circumspect shot. Trying to be positive, getting the balance right, isn't it? But I mean, Max, I was just going to say, Max got really stuck in that evening, and you thought, right, next day is the chance to sort of maybe go on and get that. Your season going properly with a big score, and he got out early on. Got a good ball from Roach in the fourth morning.
Well, the Milan injury in this game, which has brought Robbie White in, not solved the problem by any stretch of the imagination, but there would have been a focus on both Max and Stephen Eskenazi, 27. His first class average, Max, 3 centuries, 16 50s. Eskenazi hasn't got a 50 yet this summer. That's a nice shot. Just leans into it. Didn't go hard at the ball, did he? Just waited on it. Opening the face, side of bat for sure, but got himself into a decent position, picks up a boundary.
Yep, feel a bit better for that, Max. I'd rather it had gone in front of backward point, but again, along the ground, say 4 runs for him. I suppose the issue for the Middlesex is the lack of cricket, though. That's been the problem. The first 2 matches of the season rained off without the ball being bowled at Radlett. Hampshire, we bowled and didn't bat in the 4-day game there. So the only sort of batting really has been a hastily arranged 2-day friendly against Surrey at Guildford, I think, wasn't it? But I don't know whether it's been wetter. I think it's been wet everywhere. I mean, to be honest, I mean, even last weekend, there's obviously a full round of Middlesex County Cricket League matches today, and all those that are not here at Lord's, I'd imagine, will be playing somewhere, and they're getting some cricket under their belts. But even last week there was no rain, but there was still a couple of games cancelled just because the outfields are still sodden. Things haven't dried out. It's exceptionally wet spring. And the grounds have not recovered yet.
Gregory for the first time in the third morning. 30 in this inning so far. Picked up Robson, caught Davies for 28 in the first innings, a white LBW for a second ball duck. Yeah, it's a hard one, isn't it? I mean, Stoneman, Holden and Eskenazi, they'll be opening the batting next Thursday in the T20. But they've been under a little bit of pressure. Had Milan been fit for this one? By back of the square.
But I was saying before, you say they're under pressure. They're under pressure, I suppose, because, well, they are under pressure because they haven't scored enough runs. But equally, they're not under pressure from someone. We don't. When you're selecting, you. I mean, all right. Sometimes you've got to change.
Innings.
Yeah, that's right. And it's someone's not sort of piled on the runs away from the first 11 to put under pressure. So it's a bit more of a gut feel, hope that someone's going to come in and do it, rather than knowing that another individual is in better shape.
Yeah, he said he played twice for Ealing last weekend, and prior to that he's had 1 innings this summer, Robbie White. So 3 club innings. That's all he has had to try and force his way into this side. Similarly, Josh De Carey's. Saw Michael Atherton at the Oval, and I don't think he'd had an innings yet this summer. Just extraordinary.
It's a difficult one for, I say, a lot of, certainly the younger cricketers on our staff. Again, as we say, we're 6 matches through the Champions season. Yes, there's T20 to come, there's a 50-over competition, so there's still a huge amount of cricket to play and plenty of opportunities to perform. But when you're in the last year of a contract and you sort of had so little cricket, and we're back end of May, it's harsh. You're making decisions at the end of the year on players' futures.
Swing there for Gregory into the left-hander. Down the slope and worked away down to long leg. Yeah, it's where, you know, there's obviously been a lot of talk about we play too much cricket in this country, but I think this first couple of months of the season is a prime example of why we have to play so much cricket across 6 months, because you do. You lose an awful lot of time to the weather, and first-class cricket requires time. Young cricketers require time and opportunity. Swing again. End of 39th. Single move Stoneman's 54. He keeps the strike. 110 for 2.
Pretty well. I mean, I'm saying, I was chatting with someone. It was Mike Atherton, and last season, I'm talking about Josh, just cricket he's played in sort of August. He said, well, his golf's got better. So, I mean, if you're not playing, you can't train all the time. That's for sure. Training becomes repetitive.
It can be self-defeating.
Yeah, it becomes repetitive, becomes boring. So, young people, everybody, I think, would rather play matches than training. So, I can understand some of the reasons why people want to reduce the volume of first-class cricket, but in the way that it makes the schedule, creates a bit more space in the schedule. But what do people do with that time? I mean, are they using it productively to improve their skills? Yes, some of the time. And yes, you need to rest, of course. But you look at, and I suppose it's down to players, but even looking at Middlesex, I mean, I think Toby Rowan-Jones was sore for the Kent game as well as sort of being rested. But he was bowling pretty well, and all of a sudden he misses a game, and we don't have a game the following week, and he comes back and he's looked a bit rusty since then. So having time off doesn't necessarily lead to an improvement in performance levels.
I always go back to what John Embry said when I first started doing this job. He said 16 games, you want your bowler to play 12 of them. You know, right, if he's having a really good season, a big game coming up, maybe he'll play 14. But if he said, all right, then that gives opportunity. That's where Blake Cullen comes in, and Tom Helm at this stage of the season. Blake obviously hasn't had a look in yet. Tom is the kind of bowler that needs a run of games. Shot that picks out the fielder.
Well, I always used to look at it sort of as director of cricket, and you think, well, we've got 14 matches, that's four seamers probably playing, that's 56 slots. Is it going to be 4 playing 14? No. Is it going to be 5 playing sort of 12 or 13? No. You have got sort of like 6 bowlers that you do want to be sort of getting the thick end of sort of 10 or 11 games out of, really. 8 to 11 games out of.
So the weather comes in, because you can make all these plans and thinking across the season, but you all of a sudden get a washout or a really flat track, or it's a flat track, you know, bad track. All of a sudden, again, when it first went down to 14 games, I remember a top player in this country saying to me, I just can't believe the season's over. 14 games, was that it? I think the weather had played a part that summer as well.
Well, you say 14 matches, it's 28 innings maximum, you're not going to get 28. You'll probably get 25, 24, 25, just because of weather, the odd game, especially if you're batting 4 or 5, where second innings you may only lose 1 or 2 wickets. You've got 14 T20s and you've got 8 50 over games, so you're looking at, say, 24, 38, 45 opportunities to show your skills in the summer, really.
A comment that a player had made to me as well over the years was, it's not the games that get you, it's the warm-ups. Now, obviously you have to warm up for a match, but all of the bits that go around the game.
Well, yeah, that's the one thing you don't miss when you retire. Warm-ups and warm downs, they came in at the end, and it's like, for crying out loud, been out there for 6.5 hours.
Oh, bounce again for Siddle.
Come on, let's sit in a circle, have a nice stretch. No, I just want to go and sit on my chair. But warm-ups are so specific now, aren't they? Or they say specific, they're basically just left your own devices. You do a couple of laps of the ground and go and find a quiet corner, maybe with another fast bowler, and have a chat and slowly sort of stretch your calves, your hamstrings, your thighs, your back, bowl a few balls through to the keeper. Although, saying that, when I started, you used to have to go bowling the nets. So every morning you'd be over there bowling at the batsman in the nets to get them right. So you'd have 4 spells in a day. You'd probably bowl for half an hour. Nowadays they just have a few warm-up deliveries. I was interested in, we did a chat at Actonians last week. Sort of, I say roadshows, not roadshows, but sort of the sort of Q&A sessions that we're taking around clubs around Middlesex. I sort of turned up with a couple of players, and a couple of male players, a couple of Sunrisers players, and sort of just get involved with the clubs and the community, and I'll sort of do some questions and then open it up to the floor type of thing. And Ethan Bamble was there. He was a bright lad, Ethan, and he was sort of saying how he's got to cut down how much he bowls before the game, really, because he bowls and bowls and bowls until he feels right, and if he doesn't feel right, he could probably bowl another 5 or 6 overs, which you don't want that energy, that effort to be wasted before 11 o'clock.
And cricket's a funny one as well. I mean, some other sports are like this as well, but sometimes you just need to go away and don't bowl, don't bat, don't go to the nets today. Just go and take a break. You can go and hit as many balls in the nets as you want. Just playing at club cricket as I did, but even golf, you kind of keep going to hit it on the driving range, but actually go away for a week and come back and you're a little bit freer again, aren't you? There's a lot of players who have been criticised heavily by coaches for just wanting to net too much.
My golf, certainly best when fresh. But I suppose that's a typical thing. You play golf, the more you play, the better you think you should be playing, the more funky you try to get around the greens, and all of a sudden you're fluffing it, messing around and thinking about things too much. By just keeping it simple, seeing the ball, walk up to it, give it a slap, see where it ends up, and then hopefully it's somewhere near the fairway and you might have a bit of a shot to the green. But I suppose one of the issues with batting is, I mean, batters like hitting a ball, and it was certainly one of Stuart Law's views on it.
Edged just short of second, rolling to his left.
Controlled edge, I think, there by Stoneman. Defensive shot. Next. A yard or so in front of Overton. He's a good slipper, actually, isn't he? Good athlete. See him in the outfield moving around, good throw, good catcher, good bowler. Useful batter, that's why he's played for England probably.
Oh, the reaction suggests that's a chance gone down at point. It's only just picking himself up now.
We're talking about a controlled edge. That was a less controlled shot there by Stoneman. I suppose it was out there to hit, but he's towed it reaching for it. And my view of that is that it's carried, but if he'd have taken it, it would have been an absolute stunning catch. Swung away a little bit there, Gregory, didn't it? But the fact that he's taken that much pace of it suggests he's got a decent hand on the ball. But it would have been a magnificent catch had he held on to that low to his left.
See what we can get of the trajectory of the ball. Yeah.
Yeah, Stuart sort of law. Not that he didn't want players to practice, but he wanted them to get their fix of hitting the cricket ball out there in the middle rather than get out, oh, can I go to the nets now and can someone throw at me for an hour so I can face my 220 balls or whatever keeps me sort of satisfied. He wanted that urge, that sort of desire to be filled out there now rather than in training conditions.
Edge, oh, just out of reach for third slip. Stretched at that one again. Siddle's just got something going at the moment. Stoneman recording thoughts by the looks of it after. Let's have another look. It really flew.
Again, that would have been an unbelievable catch. Fourth slip would have been the fielder that probably hit in the chest. It would have taken some catching at fourth slip. It went through so quickly, but Stoneman's certainly working on the theory if you're going to flash, flash hard. So a couple of little bits of fortune there for him. He's aware he needs to play that in a more controlled manner. But again, you just look at sort of Stoneman today and his misfortune at the Oval, given out when he didn't hit the ball in the second innings, and certainly in this innings had a couple of bits of good fortune. Sort of work on the, although when you get out, it's the most unjust thing that's ever happened in the world, and you're the unluckiest person in the world. You hope that sort of, if you do enough things right, that these things might even themselves out. I suppose you look at sort of Middlesex's season to large extent. They've missed chances. They dropped Lawrence, he got 100. Dropped Bartlett, he got 100.
Dropped him twice, didn't they?
Dropped Smith against Surrey, he got 80 odd. So good players make those missed opportunities count, and it's now the moment for Mark Stoneman to make sort of small error. I mean, that obviously wasn't a catch that went through full slip, but the couple of chances when the hands have been put on the ball and it's not stuck. Just to make that count and post a big one.
Let's go back to what you said about Stuart. I remember Alan Gilchrist when he was with Middlesex just saying to me that it's one ball out of the middle of the bat, and that's form. You know, your form just clicks back in as soon as you get one out of the middle once. Everything just starts to happen a little bit more naturally again.
And it's the same as a bowler. It's a caught point. You sort of all of a sudden the batsman slaps around a backward point rather than going 2 yards to his right or left and going racing away for 4. It sort of safety goes into a pair of hands and boom, you're off, and all of a sudden you change your mentality. John Buchanan, when he was I was a miserable bowler, sort of hard done by, unlucky, always deserved more. And you get in that frame of mind, well, when am I going to get a wicket? Never going to get a wicket, never going to nick me, I'm probably going to get it right and give him out OBW, all these sort of things. And John Buchanan used to say, Gus, stop thinking like that. Run up and bowl with the attitude that I'm going to take a wicket because it's more likely to happen. And it is. I know it sounds stupid, it's just a state of mind, but if you believe that things are going to happen rather than, well, either way, isn't it? It's amazing how they do. So actually don't run up and bowl thinking I'm never going to get another wicket in my life. I'm the unluckiest bowler in the world, which I was, obviously. Run up thinking, yes, this one's going to take the outside edge and it's going to be held by second slip.
Visualisation, that was the term, wasn't it? Remember that? Whatever time it came into play. But
people will say, as a bowler, what do you look at when you run up to bowl? Are you looking at someone on the pitch? Are you looking at where you're trying to pitch the ball? And if not, why? But bowling is a sensation, it's sort of muscle memory and all this sort of stuff. But I used to run up with a vision. And the ball was going to pitch on off stump, it was going to bounce and leave the bat a bit, it was going to take the outside edge and it was going to go through the second slip at sort of waist height. And that's the vision that you ran up trying to sort of copy, really. That was how you expected. Obviously it didn't happen very often, but that didn't stop that being the way that you were looking to dismiss a batsman.
I'm trying to remember who it was, one of the West Indies greats. I was listening to them talk about it, and they said their visualisation was actually the moment looking at the ball hitting the gloves. They weren't even thinking about the pitching of it. They were just thinking, right, this is where I'm going to visualise. All I'm thinking about is that ball hitting the gloves, where it's hitting the gloves. Hitting them hard. Inside edge. Holden could stride in on that one. Yeah, that slap, that sound into the keeper's gloves.
Bowling a good ball is a very satisfying thing, even though it didn't take a wicket sometimes. If it's short of a leg, it bounces, beats the batsman on the outside edge, sort of sparring at it, and goes through to the wicket keeper who takes it in front of his eyes. It's a lovely feeling, sort of to let go. And it's almost, you know that it's going to be a good ball sometimes. The ball's probably 6-8 inches out your hand, and you know that feels good. And there are other occasions where you just know it's a shocker.
the over. The scoreboard bottom of the screen's just fallen behind again for a moment. That's the end of the 43rd. On 16 for 2. Middlesex trailing by 113, and Holden 22 balls faced now for his 7. There we go. It's clicked along. Time in the middle. Nothing really can replicate it, and that's certainly an opportunity that all the Middlesex batters will have today. As everybody has summarised, Middlesex have got to bat all day today to have a chance of having anything to go at Somerset in the final innings of this match. All a long, long way away. 2 quick wickets, and lunch and tea seem that much further. But an hour and 15, 16 minutes in. Just the wicket of Eskenazi so far. Somerset bowling well though. Around the wicket to the left-hander. Shagging down the leg side, not straightening with the slope at all. Wow, what a ball. What a ball. He's just had one that's come back up the slope and a big LBW appeal. Then he beats the forward defence of Sloman. Superb from Siddle. 3 for 35. And all of that experience from the 38-year-old Australian. Wicketless in the first innings. He's making up for it in the follow-on. Middlesex 116 for 3.
I'm not sure it's commentators' curse, but we're just talking about Mark Stoneman and the fact that he'd played a couple of shots that had airily gone behind square on the offside, and it was down to capitalise on little bits of good fortune, but that's a superb delivery, isn't it? It's sort of angled in from around the wicket, just held its line, beaten the outside edge, and clipped the top of off stump. So that's the second time this morning he's clipped the top of off stump. Shows the real benefits and success that you get by just being aggressive, looking to hit the stumps from not from a half volley length, but getting a little bit of movement. Just enough, so you only have to move the ball a couple of inches to beat the outside edge of a cricket bat, and he's done that on that occasion. Superb delivery, and full reward for what's been an excellent spell from Peter Siddle this morning.
Robbie White comes out for his 5th bat of the season now. As we said, he had 3 innings in club cricket prior to the second ball duck he got in the first innings. In for Peter Milan, everybody shifted up 1, and White's gone in at 5. Gritty, nuggety, middle order batter. That's how he won his place in the side to begin with for Middlesex. A brilliant 99 at Canterbury. Middlesex were really up against it a few years back. This is breakthrough innings. Not long after he won his place in the side deservedly. To get Middlesex out of a few holes and stop a few collapses. Bitterly disappointed not to have got the 100 that day at Canterbury. I remember saying to him it's worth many 100 because he's done it under leaden skies against the Kent side that were all over Middlesex. Trouble here for the hosts. It's a good stop. So we're just talking about that in the fields for one that hits the fielder rather than goes away for 4, equally for the batter. Could have been off the mark for the match there.
It is. Somerset have been excellent in the field. They've always been a good field inside, very athletic, and support the bowlers. And again, you look at the Middlesex scoring rate, sort of under 3 and over, 2.68. So again, it's going to take a long time to, at this rate, to knock off the 113 runs that they need to get in front. So it's going to take another 45 overs. So 45 overs of good work just to get a level of parity. That's
just after the second new ball becoming available. Now they're up against it, but it's a day where they do need, well, both of the pair out in the middle at the moment. Obviously Robbie White's first match of the season, we're desperate to get some runs, try and hold down a place ahead of the next championship game, which is a fair way away. End of the over. Happily leaving alone the last two. So Sloman gone. Bowled Siddle for 60.
Siddle's the man, isn't he? Look at the figures in the bottom right hand corner there. 3 for 35 in 11 overs. Taken all the wickets to fall to date. And that was the last. Didn't appear to do a lot wrong there, Stoneman. Although, just say, getting bowled off stump has been his method of dismissal on a couple of occasions recently.
Well, that ball before, big appeal for LBW. We all look back at it. The one from behind Sloman in particular, you can see that it came back up the slope. It wasn't straightening with the slope at all. So I guess as Sloman's playing forward on that, he's thinking it seems back up the slope. Tough at the top. And they are up against incredibly good attack in this game again, as they were last week at Surrey. Essex game at the start of the season, Cook and Porter did all the damage. Last two rounds for Middlesex. There's been no let up. Change bowlers been outstanding. Siddle was the fourth bowler used in the first innings here. Stop. Mid wicket. Yeah, next game for Middlesex, we're just looking up. They've got Hampshire in the championship. This is 25th of June. Southampton. Then Northamptonshire, Merchant Taylor School, the 10th of July. Sorry, here at Lord's on the 19th of July, and then a trip to Birmingham the 25th of July. So a little bit of a break before all that comes around again. That man will be pretty busy in the next few weeks. T20 opener. Middlesex's list A record for an individual score, taken off Strauss, but then ripped off him last year by the man he'll be opening with on Thursday, Stephen Eskenazi. Nervy moment. Played close enough together, just about. Keeping it out. So look from the other end, just an inside edge onto the back pad. Called overstepping. Have a look at the inside edge on that last one from Holden. Let's have a look from the pavilion end. Down onto the boot, down the face of that back pad. to come of the over. 35 minutes to lunch on the third day. Starting to have a look at the scores elsewhere. Tumbles here. Kent are all out at the Oval. 141. Surrey need just 58 to win. They're 10 without loss. Three for Clark, 2 for Abbott, 5 for Laws. 3 for 41 in the first, Laws. Years of age, Tom Laws. 8 for in the match. His best bowling. First 5 for as well in that second innings. White's off the mark, off a pair in the game. I feel a little bit better. Middlesex number 5. We always talk about Ethan Bamber being Mr. Nice at Middlesex. Robbie White's there as well. Two of the nicest guys that you meet. Very down to earth.
They are. There's not soft touches though. Certainly Ethan isn't. He's a competitive so-and-so there, and if you push him, he digs his heels and he won't budge. In a good way. Yeah, so they say you can be pleasant and nice. It doesn't mean you're a soft touch. And so Robbie White, he knows the shot.
Lovely.
Beautiful shot there by Max Holden. Here's cover drive.
Got in a good position to play that one earlier, didn't he? It went back with the points. Quite controlled it he wanted. Certainly had it this time. On both occasions, that other one, it looked as though he was in a good position for it, as he was again this time. Runs that for a couple.
Just noticed Leach is probably should have noticed that before. Bowls left arm, throws right. So I wondered who it was chasing it. It looks like Leach, but he's sort of going around to throw with his right arm. So, but a few cricketers have done that, haven't they? Bowl with one arm, throw with the other. Your mate down at Hampshire being one of them. Kevin James. He run someone out once, didn't he? Because they hit it to his right thinking he was left-handed and he picked it up through the stumps down.
It was the Pete Hanscom one where he'd had a good knock against Somerset, didn't he? And he thought this would be the one where he gets going. And was it Van der Merwe was the fielder? It was a good contest he was having with Leach, actually. Quite the same example, but Van der Merwe had just come on as a sub-fielder at mid-off. And he'd pushed it to what he thought was the wrong hand of the fielder. He pushed it to the perfect hand of the fielder, and Van der Merwe threw down the stumps, and Hanscom batted really well. It was only 17 runs, but it just looked as though, here it goes, this is going to be the innings where it happens for him. Playing Leach really well. It was a good contest, using his feet well. Super sub Van der Merwe had just come on. The match that Lewis Goldsworthy announced himself for Somerset. Kept Finn and Helm and co at bay. 125 for 3. Scoreboard's just frozen down at the bottom there for a moment. Holden's on 13 now. White with 5 will have the strike.
Yeah, talking about Leach, don't think it'll be long before he's introduced into the attack this morning. He's warming up for the test. That's one thing about playing at Lords. All the England players want to play at Lords, don't they? Because they might as well play at grounds where they might be playing somewhere in the future to get a bit of experience. So if the England selectors are managing their workloads, Lords is not the one that's going to miss out on.
Yeah, there was some speculation that Broad wasn't going to play the match here for Nottinghamshire, that it was going to be the game that he rested. But told he lives in London now as well, in West London somewhere, so it was for many reasons a little bit of conjecture that he was going to miss that one.
They all end up in London, don't they? Butler lives in London, doesn't he? Anderson, I think so. I think he's might have a place out down here. See, KP ended up in London.
Heavy old room that man nearly ended up in West London at one point as well. Couple here for White. Yeah, it was a press conference after a match at Taunton against Middlesex. All the talk in the press conference was about Gregory moving to Middlesex just before he signed his new contract with Somerset. Seemed to. I'm just trying to remember whether the media
I met with him
manager
a couple of times.
did. It wasn't just conjecture then.
No, we met. His partner lived in London. He's a nice man, he is. Really nice fella.
Devon Bourne. Bit of a Somerset legend as well, isn't he? He's got a good record here as well at Lords, isn't he? He's bat and ball produced each time he's come to Lords. Shy of the 50 in the first innings. Couple of wickets first innings with the ball. I think I can't remember whether he'd taken 5 for a scored a century or something in that game at Taunton, so he was the person that was doing it, and it is, you know, it was a proper press conference, sat at the top as they do at Taunton in the indoor school. And I'm sure the media manager came in at the start and said no questions about contracts.
So the first question was about contracts.
Actually happened to me, I was doing a Tottenham match years ago, 127 for 3. David Beckham had started training with Tottenham. I can't remember if Tottenham were playing that weekend, but Michael Dawson was doing the post-match interview and went down to the tunnel to interview him. But the interview had started already, the radio interview, so the other radio station had gone first and I went second. And ahead of the interview they'd said no questions about Beckham or the interview's over. So of course I've turned up halfway through and then Michael, just a few more questions for the BBC. David Beckham. Short shrift from Dawson at that point. So, well, nobody had told me. Beckham had a short stint playing with Spurs. The big speculation was that he was going to join them. Funnily enough, he went into the media then, Michael Dawson, and I heard him doing an interview quite recently, or he was talking to one of my colleagues quite recently perhaps, and he said, now that you're on the other side of it, you don't realise quite how difficult it is. Easier than playing though.
Well, there's one thing sort of, well, during my sort of 7-8 years as a cricket correspondent with the Independent, so No such thing as a stupid question. Only a stupid answer. Although there are some questions you do hear and you think, really? So, just thinking back again, there are times obviously where someone's got a journalist has got an angle, haven't they, or they've heard a bit of gossip or rumour and wants to push on it, and you sort of sometimes sat there listening to one of your fellow journalists or rivals or whatever you want, going down a road and you're thinking, leave it alone, will you leave it alone? I mean, there's nothing behind that.
Going down, I think. Oh, he's gone! Right up there from Overton. First over back, pushes it full. Holden plays all around it. Just thought the length of it, the line of it, that it might have slipped down, but umpire was in no doubt. That finger went up quickly.
Yeah, Siddle had a few shouts against Stoneman earlier on. Not the most out decision I've ever seen. If you persevere, the umpire may well give, and you wonder why bowlers keep asking, and it's because every now and then you may get given one that you probably don't deserve, and it seems a bit of a harsh dismissal there, going down the leg side, but Max Holden looked pretty good actually. Only been out there for 40 minutes, 38 balls, he's gone for 13.
Well, we looked at that with Stoneman a couple of overs back, didn't we? And they had an appeal. It was a shorter delivery. It seemed slightly back up the slope, so everything was against it. It wasn't straightening at all. It's just the length of that one. Instinctively, it felt that Holden wasn't a long way across, and that length. You saw a lot of the stumps, so even if it had have straightened from that length off the surface, which you couldn't tell on that length delivery, then it still had a lot to do. But out is out. Holden's gone for 13. Middlesex 127 for 4. Simpson, who was left stranded in the first innings, not out on 57. Comes out with a massive job to do. 6 wickets standing between Somerset and victory. 102 runs before they'd be made to bat again.
Just looking sort of down Middlesex's card there. So Robson 18, Stoneman 60, Eskenazi 28, and Holden 13. They've all got in. So the first 10, 20 balls are the most difficult that you face as a batsman. Once you get through that, and that'll be the frustration, is the fact that each of these batters have got in, got through the tricky period, and then in the case of certainly Stoneman and Eskenazi, bowled by good deliveries that have from Siddle that pierced their defence.
It's a replay of the LBW once more.
There, it's hit the front pad, isn't it, and then gone onto the back pad. And have you to the ricochet? I mean, the ricochet off the front pad would have gone onto middle stump, but I think the angle right arm round the wicket, wide of the crease, would have taken that down the leg side.
End of the over, 127 for 4. Yeah, felt a hard on that one for Holden. But Overton has his first wicket of the match, indeed. Number 41 from 11 in the first innings. It was noted by some on the first day that it wasn't his best performance, which is where I think perhaps there was a sort of question mark about whether he's just carrying a little bit of a knock. Here's Leach. 20 minutes before lunch.
And I say, looking at the question of the decision, but Somerset, they persevere, don't they? They keep with their disciplines, keep with the aggressive, they set good fields, asking questions of the Middlesex batters. And again, slight mistakes, sort of punished, whether it's with the defensive technique. And I think this fella, Leach, is going to play an important role now. I think he's going to be bowling for most of the afternoon from this end. And the seamers will be rotated from the pavilion end. And he'll be looking forward to putting Middlesex's batters, asking similar questions of Middlesex's batters as the seamers have done up until now.
Got one in the first innings to go out of a foothold to Luke Holman. Really went. Oh, that's turned first ball and gone. There wasn't much grip, there wasn't much purchase for him in the first innings. That's probably the biggest turning ball he's got of the match so far, and it's the first one that he bowls in the Middlesex follow-on. White's gone for 3. Middlesex's problems increase before lunch.
On the money straight from the start, Leach. Robbie White pushing forward. It's difficult to see from there, but if it has straightened, it's going to be challenging the stumps or very close to the stumps from the bowler's end. Yeah, that's out. Most Robbie White didn't look like he was initially looking to play that ball, did he? As though it was going to be sliding down the leg side. It's drifted in, gripped slightly, not turned prodigiously, but certainly straightened enough. To encourage the umpire to put his finger up.
Do you know, it's a real note in the first innings for Leach. 7 overs, 2 for 22. A couple of shots, including for Higgins, that perhaps wasn't the best selection. He was out sweeping, hit on the back quad as he was down on one knee. Holman with the reverse sweep, but there really wasn't much turn at all for him in the first innings. First ball of the follow-on for Leach on day 3. A noticeable turn, straightening with the slope. On White, again to the left-hander, he had that foothold that he hit against Holman, and whether that put something in Holman's mind, a little bit of a rash shot early in his innings, the reverse sweep. Extraordinary shot, actually, extraordinary dismissal, reverse sweep straight to slip. But joy for Somerset. They've had to work hard for it this morning. Middlesex have dug in, but 4 wickets now in the session, 15 minutes to lunch. 2 batters on noughts. Simpson at the non-striker's end. He's only faced 2 deliveries. It's the PCA Player of the Month in Division 1, Ryan Higgins. Incredible start to the season with bat and ball.
As you say, the 3 or 4, well, in the last quarter of an hour, 3 quick wickets for Somerset has completely changed the course of the morning session. Middlesex always some way from getting properly into this game, having been made to follow on, but Stoneman and Holden were keeping them at bay. But boom, boom, boom. Middlesex are 5 down.
End of the over. Mitch LBW picking up white for 3. His first ball of the over. 127 for 5. Just a few technicals. The scorer's box at Lords today with the figures down the bottom there. Bear with us, I'm sure at lunch there'll be a reboot of the system. All will be well again. It's at the end of the 49th over. Just under 15 minutes to lunch on the 3rd day. These two put together that first partnership of the season. Middlesex were 4 for 4 against Essex before these two got going. Indeed 20 for 5 when Holden was out, and that brought Higgins to the middle. He scored 70. Simpson scored 63. 70 at Northant, 71 was his highest score. He got 53 in the first innings against Nottinghamshire, and then 71 in the first innings against Kent. Just 42. At the Oval, so not a run of run ending at the Oval of consecutive 50s in a game. Batting under real duress for that 42 in the second innings as well. He took a real blow on the arm, Higgins, where there was some doubt ahead of this game whether he'd be okay, but late fitness tests for both he and Peter Milan. Decision to be cautious with Milan. That man's barely missed a game over the years for Middlesex. Since the fella sat next to me gave him his debut. Got him in from MCC Young Cricketers. He joined after being 4th in line at Lancashire with the gloves. Array of wicket-keeping talent they had at that point.
Well, when he joined Middlesex, he was 3rd in line.
Not for long. Had David Nash on the mic yesterday. Nash and Scott battled for years for the gloves. There's been a real ding-dong battle between the pair of them, the keeper's gloves. Two very good players in very different ways, and then Simpson came along and ended that battle. He had the gloves and he could bat as well. David Nash, only David Nash way summed it up yesterday, the battle. That's ended over on 27 for 5. It's not, sorry, there's one more, my apologies. He sums it up in a way that only David Nash can. Brilliant, brilliant keeper, Ben Scott. Thank God he couldn't bat.
Well, Benwell was one of the first, to regularly in T20 cricket, stand up to the stumps for the seamers, wasn't it? And more than seamers, I mean, quite quick bowlers too.
That's the end of the over. The maiden 127 for 5. Yeah, I remember at the time it was pretty much without question he was the best glovesman in the country. Nobody came close, but Nash was a good batter, and the two of them battled it out as to who would be keeper. There's no doubt about who'd be keeper in the T20. That was always Scott. Amazing ability behind the stumps. But Simpson was pretty much, if you put Nash and Scott together, you get John Simpson. Nash, who was an England under-19 wicket keeper, nuggety, nurdling batter, wasn't he? Scott, was the finest glovesman in the country at that time.
It's been sort of fascinating to sort of watch these last few matches, really, from a wicket-keeping perspective, with batsmen adopting tactics against Middlesex's medium pace of coming down the pitch when the keeper stood back and Simpson coming up to the stumps, and it's been quite hard to get, I suppose, Simpson up to the stumps as much as, say, he should do, or as much as people want. Ryan Higgins off the mark there. It's hard work for a keeper standing up to stumps. The medium pace is certainly got to be brave hurts your hands, get one quite slightly wrong on your fingers, and equally there's a bit of an ego trip there for the bowlers as well, not wanting the keeper stood up, because it sort of almost questioned the pace of your bowling, and bowlers are all very sensitive about how quick we're bowling. But watching Simpson work behind the stumps has been a real joy, hasn't it? Sort of leg side takes, a couple of nil leg side stumpings that, or one certainly that could have been given in the first innings.
There's that turn to the left-hander. It's one that looks really innocuous. The line of it outside the off stump to Holman in the first innings really turned out the foothold. Yeah, that was Bartlett, wasn't it? He got turned around, back foot.
Hill was on the line, I think, wasn't it? But yeah, so this left-arm spinner to a left-handed batsman. Just looking down the pitch there, you can see those rough areas outside the off stump. So there's always somewhere there for a left-arm spinner to toss the ball into. Speaking of Philip Tufnell, who again, whilst he plays the fool a lot, I mean, a very skillful and intelligent bowler. But he said all he did, he spent his whole life bowling omelettes. And he used to call them omelettes, those sort of areas, those areas dark areas you can see there, sort of omelettes. Just tossing the ball into there. Some might go straight on, some might keep a little bit low. But certainly in the second innings of a game, with the similar field that you've got now, you should always be in the game as a left-arm spinner if you can consistently bowl a decent line going down that channel, sort of 6 or 9 inches outside off stump.
He struck, sweeper's back, just the single. Off the mark, Simpson. It's the end of the over, 131 for 5. Gap rolled out the, well, I asked him to actually, to roll out the Viv Richards story that you told a few times of Richards going after Tufnell at Cardiff. At the end of a game, that one got an airing yesterday evening.
Yeah, wasn't the bravest on a few fronts, but when Viv knocked on the dressing room door and said, "Where's Tufnell?" None of us were going to say, "Get out of here, Viv." He's over there.
Gat almost told it with relish, just to see what happens.
He's over there. And Tuff said, "Oh no, what did I say? What have I done?" Viv just walked up and said, "Well bowled."
Plays on. A little loose on the back foot, that one from Simpson. Just before lunch on the third day. Overton has a second wicket for the innings, second wicket for the match. 131 for 6. And Somerset have a real opportunity to wrap this one up today.
Soft dismissal that, I'm afraid. Nothing shot really outside off stump. Early on in your innings, leave it alone. Playing with an angled bat, you don't quite get the bounce of the ball right. You get a bottom edge onto your stump, so it's not bad luck really, that one. It's a soft shot, I'm afraid.
Yeah, red inker in the first innings for Simpson. Not able to take it on in the seconds. They'll have known that partnership would have been very, very dangerous still if they'd have got in Simpson and Higgins. But out comes Holman. A rash shot in the first innings from him. Again, an opportunity to bat here. It's 5 minutes until lunch. Middlesex can't get there quickly enough right now as a 5th wicket falls of the session, and it's becoming a cluster here for Middlesex because it hasn't been that kind of session for the most part. Stoneman and Eskenazi and then Holden had got it off to a reasonable start.
Yes, for the first hour and a quarter, hour and 20 minutes, Middlesex making a real fist of this, sort of making Somerset bowlers work hard. But Stoneman losing his off stump. Holden getting a soft, well, maybe a questionable decision. Last 2 wickets really been quite soft strokes. Robbie White, unconvincing push forward. And that dab or cut by Simpson. So yes, very much Somerset's morning now, and they'll be looking to wrap this up. I wouldn't say, oh, time to get back in the dressing room and watch the football.
.99 for 1. Middlesex reached. Eskenazi was out. 99 for 2. 131 for 6. In danger of not reaching that first innings score, Middlesex. And, resumed 85 for 1 this morning. Dug out by Holman, squirts away for a very welcome boundary for Middlesex. 135 for 6. Going back to Simpson momentarily, because I did want to just check myself if I made a statement like that. If you put Nash and Scott together, you get John Simpson. He did have a very good average with the bat, didn't he, David Nash? 35 was his first class average, which is not to be sniffed at, especially for a glovesman. 33 the average for John Simpson. Tumble for Overton at the end of his follow-through. And limped through a couple of follow-throughs before leaving the field in the first innings. Looks okay on that one, though, no real limp.
Looks a bit shaken to me. He's a big blad. Just going back to the wicket keepers, the Middlesex have had an us sort of unveiling a bench in memory of JT Murray. 1,419 victims behind the stumps, which is an unbelievable number of catches and stumpings in his career at club. I suppose John Simpson of the modern players is the one that's probably going to get closest up that table, isn't he? Sort of maybe end up in the 4th or 5th highest of all time, which is a fantastic achievement. But Middlesex have had under the over there. Probably get one more in. On the cusp of lunch. Pollard's making his way slowly there, thinking that Blackwell might not get there in time, but the umpire's bowler's got his jumper off, so one more over before lunch. The Middlesex have had some really good keeper batsmen. I think sort of this is JT Murray, Paul Downton, Ian Gould was obviously Middlesex's keeper batter for a short period of time. Paul Farbrace, Keith Brown, who is the underrated one in many ways. Interesting tactics here by Somerset. Set all the fielders back, looking to allow Ryan Higgins to take a single, which he does. Somerset have got their desire, which is obviously to have 5 balls at Luke Holman before the luncheon interval.
So they put 2 slips in for Bedevil before lunch. Reverse swept to a solitary slip in the first innings. There's a few around the keeper there who are getting ready, and I think they have. No, it's going to be a bat pad. Abel is at cover, directing away. He wants another. He's going to bring himself across.
I was going to say initially there was no one out on the leg side. It would have been a free hit, but a man has dropped back, so just behind square, deep on the sweep. A little challenge here for Luke Holman before the interval.
That's Harmer in the Essex match. Harmer skidding one on in the first innings from around the wicket to the left-hander from this end. stride right over the top of it. Two to lunch on the third morning. Abel, I think, is asking the question, where do you want me? Do you want another one in? He's just pointing towards the three around the bat, whether he wanted another, but Leach says no. Nice shot. Holman just stands up, strokes it gently, doesn't get too carried away with it. Picks up a couple. I remember watching first year that I was doing it, 2005. Fleming was still captaining Notts at that time. Warne was captaining Hampshire. That might have been 2006 actually then. The second year. I just remember watching Warne orchestrating a field like in a position like this. It's extraordinary to watch him just manoeuvre every little bit of the field, every little position where he was pushing men around the bat. That is lunch, and that is Somerset's session again, quite handsomely so as well. 5 wickets going down. Middlesex resuming this morning. 85 for 1, and 150 for 6 at lunch. So 55 for 5 in 29. A tough morning for Middlesex. Thanks, Fraser, and myself, Kevin Howell. We'll be back just after, I think. Are we? Are you back with me, guys?
Yeah, I'm back.
We'll be back just after the interval then. Still 89 behind Middlesex. A couple of very good batters there who will want to go out and have some fun this afternoon in the sun, but it's going to be hard work. Somerset have been on top form in this match, and they have made life very, very difficult for Middlesex again. Thanks for your company on the live stream. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes. Middlesex 140 for 6. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lord's afternoon session of the third day. And if Middlesex are not careful, it'll be the final session of the match. They're still 89 runs behind following on at 140 for 6. Luke Holman has 7. Higgins has 3. Middlesex have a lot to do. 5 for 59 in the morning session. 28 overs. And well, Overton 2 for 25, Leach 1 for 15. Siddle was the pick this morning. They had Henry as well, and Gregory. It's an array of attacking talent with the ball for Somerset, and they have very much made full use of that talent. And Middlesex have found it tough going. Umpires are out in the middle. They're already there, ready to go. Middlesex are waiting for the remainder of the Somerset side, who are on their way now. And there are the men who are charged with, well, it's quite simple, batting for a very long time. So to come, Toby Rowland-Jones, the captain, a useful 30 odd in the first innings, but no more. After that, just Bamber and Mercer. Second new ball's 27 overs away. For Somerset, they'll know they've got plenty of opportunities to see home their first victory of the season. Middlesex only have the very longest of shots at potentially avoiding a third defeat for them. Fourth defeat indeed. 2 victories to their name already. 2 pretty crucial ones it looks like right now. Somerset started this round 4 points behind Middlesex and 2 positions behind them in the table. But they will be going above the side that came up in second spot from Division 2 last year, unless Higgins and Holman can dig something out. It's going to have to be pretty special though, just to take it really to a final innings of the game. Still 89 behind with 4 wickets standing. A couple of quick wickets after lunch and this could happen in a real flash, especially that man who's bowled really well this morning, Siddle. 3 for 42 from 12. Both he and Overton were wicketless in the first innings, although they've made up for it in the second. 2 for Overton, 3 for Siddle, 1 for Leach. But Ryan Higgins, former Gloucestershire man as well, has form with the bat this summer, and he will hope, I'm sure, to be able to carry that on here. He's reached at least 40 in each of the matches so far this summer, Higgins. And he's on strike first up after lunch. Off the mark as well for the afternoon session. He moves to 4, 141, 4-6. I'm Kevin Handanger's Fraser alongside me for the afternoon session again. I did get a greeting from somebody at lunch when I went downstairs. What's the soup, Kev? Because Middlesex are in it.
Probably not a tasty soup for Middlesex either. Slightly bitter.
It was put as well. Another member of the colleague, another member of the media downstairs at lunch did mark that he thought that that was Somerset's best performance with the ball of the season so far this morning, that they just were on the mark every single ball all morning long. Anthony Gibson, a long-time BBC commentator, he was really impressed at Overton. That was Overton's best spell of the season. This man wicketless in the first innings, bowled well, but 3 this morning. Their first win of the summer, Somerset. And that probably goes to show just how tough Division 1 is at the moment, because they're a pretty good side and so they're winless at this stage.
Well, they've had a few draws, haven't they, Somerset? It's not as though they've been beaten every week. And so, yes, there may have been some weather interruptions, but also they're probably playing on some pretty decent surfaces.
Pretty decent bowling again from Siddle.
Which is, yeah, it's a good ball, but which is important. I mean, you want to be playing on surfaces where your batsman. It's not done a great deal, has it? I mean, it's just good line and length, hit the pitch hard, and the batsman feeling for the ball, really, to be honest. But, scored some runs, and you could see that. I mean, so the pitches abroad have done a little bit this summer. But Somerset's score here was the highest by any team to date. So coming back with confidence, all of a sudden the pitch that's doing a bit, you're in a better position to combat those challenges. Middlesex batsman nervously prodding the pitch, thinking there's some demons in there just because they haven't been able to get going. It's partly because of some of the quality bowling that they've faced, but partly as well because of errors they've made themselves.
Yeah, as you say, that ball from Siddle didn't do a great deal to Holman, but they've just been relentless this morning, haven't they? They haven't served up any many balls.
But that's the skill of bowling. I mean, I say you accept that most of the balls you bowl don't do something. They tend to go straight on. Yes, you're trying to hit that seam, the stitching. Hopefully when the stitching hits the surface, it allows for some movement. But most of the balls sort of go straight on. What you're doing as a bowler is trying to work on the principles that if your length is good, you're creating that moment of indecision where the batsman should go forward or back. And when they're in that halfway sort of position, they know where their feet aren't sort of positively in any position. You're forcing mistakes. A bit like how Sam Rabson got out yesterday. I mean, he was sort of nowhere, wasn't he? He wasn't forward, wasn't back. It's a good ball. He sort of just hung his bat there, really, hoping that you're going to make contact with it. And it did make contact with it, but it made contact with the edge and went through to Stephen Davis behind the stump. So, yeah, as a bowler, you want the ball to do something if you can. But most of the time, you're going to get your wickets with batsman error, but you're forcing that batsman error by relentlessly pitching the ball in a good length that's asking questions of their technique and making it uncomfortable and difficult for them.
Which is what they did, that first hour and 15 minutes or so. At that point, things weren't looking too bad for Middlesex, just the one wicket down. In the session. And it was quiet, there weren't many runs, but that was because there weren't many opportunities to score runs. Stone was trying with all his might to keep them out. Couldn't do so in the end. That's the way Higgins will play. We saw it from Somerset quite a lot, actually. Talked about a lot with Mike Gattin last night. Their approach of getting down the track and outside the line of off, on the move a lot. Somerset in their innings. Slightly different pace that Somerset are bowling. But Higgins will play his own game. He won't resist any opportunity that there may be to score runs. Served him well so far this summer.
So Middlesex into this session, well, struggling, full stop. What can be got out of it? Don't lose by an innings. Get a couple of players in, so Holman and Higgins, again, they're here to bat as well as bowl. And to sort of show some fight, really, and to get really stuck in and make Somerset work hard for it. So the challenge for these two is can they get through a session. It sounds a long way away now, and you do that by sort of over at a time, 10-minute spells, get through the sort of winning little battles along the way. Nothing short of a miracle for Middlesex to challenge Somerset in this game. That's got to be the objective, hasn't it? You've got to get out there, and as you say, we were saying before, as a batsman you might only get 20-25 opportunities, certainly in the batting where Higgins and Holman bat, 20-25 opportunities during the summer to bat in a first class game. You want to make the most of every opportunity you can. You don't want to be sat there in September thinking, oh, woe is me. Well, you've got what opportunities have had? Well, you've got an opportunity now, all right? It's not in a great position, but...
And the next 3 matches, as we said as well, they've got Hampshire at Southampton, Aberdeen Abbas, Merchant Taylor School, which is lively. It's a bowler's pitch, isn't it, usually? Seamers enjoy it there. And then they've got Surrey here. So they've got 3 really big matches coming up in terms of the challenge they will face with the bat. So yeah, sun out at Lord's Saturday afternoon. Ball 55 overs old, although it looks as though they've got a second change of it. They've got a change this morning, didn't they, Somerset? They've got a change of the changed ball.
Probably said it before, it's always an interesting one, isn't it, the ball change? And yes, all right, if a ball completely goes out of shape and it's a bit like an orange, then you can understand, but the Middlesex is, well, Middlesex have batted for 55 overs, so you expect the ball to get soft, you expect, and therefore batting to get a little bit easier. So if you can keep changing the ball and getting a newer, firmer ball, I mean, fair enough, as a fielding side you're perfectly entitled to do that, and Middlesex do the same, so it's not a question of one side doing it and another not. But it's the batsman almost earns the right to be facing a slightly softer ball that's easier to face and not spitting around everywhere.
Lift with that replacement ball.
Has, but it's again not the ball to be playing that sort of shot to, if we're being harsh. It's a leave.
Still gets it through. Fair pace for a 38-year-old, doesn't he, Siddle? first run after lunch. End of the over, Higgins will keep the strike with a single on 43-4-6. Let's have a look at those scores elsewhere. We were just starting to touch on it before lunch, but the flurry of wickets here distracting. Surrey have beaten Kent by 10 wickets at the Oval, so that's to chase down 58 this morning. Surrey top with 104 now, Kent second bottom with 43.
They'll take some stopping, aren't they?
They are. It's very difficult to see how anybody does the resources they have.
Warwickshire are sort of up and down. I mean, they were lucky to stay up last year, weren't they? The last day heroics by Liam Norwell, having won the title the previous year.
Big step outside off from Higgins.
They're up again challenging, so.
And Hampshire were trounced by Surrey, weren't they? In the big game. Everybody had their eyes on to see how that went. Surrey are handsomely victors in that game. David Nash. He said yesterday, and this is one that you will partly enjoy, but partly, well, mostly won't, Gus. He said when Middlesex were going well, that 152-run partnership between Robson and Milan, he was immediately on the text messages to Alex Stewart and Gareth Batty, giving them loads. Obviously Surrey turned that one around quite handsomely. 9 for 43 followed. You can blame David Nash for that collapse.
Well, he's a fool, isn't he? We all know that. All he does is confirm it on a daily basis.
I did ask him, did your phone light up thereafter, and he said, yeah, Stewie's never one to miss out on the chance to give it back. And that's the difficulty coming down the track, especially when it's just that little bit more pace than Middlesex had. Somerset did this very much to try and negate movement. Again, something else that we really analysed a lot with Mike Cassin last night, but it's very different. Walking down the track and outside off to someone like Henry. Just pushes it through that little bit quicker. You were at the Oval last week, did you see Stewie?
Yeah, I caught up with him. Yeah.
Pretty happy with life, I'd imagine, with his guys at the top of the table.
Yeah, I get very well with that. So it's talk about rivalry between sort of clubs in Middlesex, Surrey, and it's been an interesting one when even during our careers, when one of us has been strong, the other's been struggling. Really, they've not been up there challenging for trophies together at all. And so Stuart's a batter, so I mean, I played for England. We obviously toured a lot of times, we spent a lot of time together playing for England. And we got on well. There were no, but sort of weren't sort of close. Batsmen stuck together, bowlers tended to stick together a little bit. But since we've had our roles, similar roles at Surrey and at Middlesex, got really close. And yeah, he's a really good man. I mean, Stuarts are an institution, aren't they? I went to the Oval Saturday. We did the walk, didn't we? So I was a bit scruffy actually, because I wasn't going to walk in a jacket and tie from Charing Cross with the members and then go to. So I was sort of in a pair of chinos and a polo shirt. No, not polo shirt, a shirt and a hoodie. And I was allowed in the committee room. I went in the committee room there to see Mickey Stewart, because Mickey Stewart was there. Great man. Mickey Stewart, love him to bits. with Sheila, his wife, and had a bit of time in there. Listen to Mickey going on in a nice way. But he's my favourite sort of England manager coach that I played under. And then went upstairs to had an hour with Stewie. Had a bit of a disagreement on we were together in Stewie's office when Stoneman was out. So I sort of review, sorry, nothing changes, still cheap. Look, he's nicked the cover off it. We were supposed to appeal, and then there was a couple of appeals against Eskenazi, wasn't there?
Yes.
Yeah, which was strong, and so he was on my case. Should be walking for that. So no, it's good fun. Put the world for right, sort of cricket out, move on.
He took over just after you, didn't he? You were first at Middlesex 2009.
Yes.
Just after.
Yeah, it had been a couple of years after actually. I mean, you never. I will say, it's sort of a conversation that you had.
Pushed away down to the vacant deep third. Another boundary. Since double figures.
I mean, Surrey have been, are, and always will be a great county. I mean, you go to the Oval, it's a stunning ground. The improvements they've made there, it's fantastic. I mean, you just walk behind the pavilion and you see all the history of the club on the walls and everywhere, and it's just, you're just in envy of sort of seeing that there and thinking, all right, we don't own that ground, so we can't do that at Lord's. But I suppose when I started, Surrey weren't in a particularly good place, and they lost their way. And I think I even sort of, it might have been Mickey that I met behind the stands, Mickey Stewart walking around the Oval one day, and like Middlesex, we hadn't won anything, but that sort of direction was taking shape. We were making good progress at that moment in time, and sort of saying that you've got to get Alec has got someone with a Surrey heart there who's got to come back and get stuck into this club because it needs it. You sort of just felt that it wasn't where it should be, and yeah, they did get Alec involved, and so the curve that Surrey have been on ever since has been a strong and positive one. There's always going to be little glitches along the way where you might get relegated, because it's easy to get relegated, certainly when there was sort of 2 divisions of 9 or a first division of 8 when a quarter of the division was going down. But no, Surrey have and will continue to do a huge amount. I mean, I suppose they and Yorkshire are the most productive counties in the country as far as producing England cricketers, and the game needs them. So yeah, but no, good on. So the rivalry is there, but it's not in a sort of any sort of hostile way at all. It's a very respectful one, and he loves it, Stewie. Sits there in his office, over lord of his manor. Quite a nice budget to play with.
I was trying to work out how to winkle that in.
An enviable budget
exactly.
to play with, but equally, I mean, Surrey's an incredibly well-run club. Turns over more money than any other ground in the country apart from Lord's, and deserves to be where it is.
That's better. Decisive from Holman. Can be destructive when he gets going. He's a big man, especially for his age.
Fast hands, sort of cut shot is one of his strokes there. Look at that sort of snap, isn't there? Strikes the ball hard. Obviously got the pace of the ball on the bat there with Henry bowling, but even against the spinners he's got quick hands and hits it hard through the offside.
There's your response. Holman storms away towards square leg. As I think about it, very good comeback from Henry. 14 done for him after 24 in this innings, 5 for in the first. 152 for 6. Great ball. Really good start to the over from Siddle. Gets it to go away from Higgins up the slope. It's that angle where that can come back and take off.
I mean, it's a nice set. I mean, looking at Siddle bowl there, he's sort of middle of the crease. So as a right-handed batsman, you feel the ball is slightly coming into you, and then it just has to hold its line a little bit. And I say it's not been prodigious, the movement that Siddle's got this morning, but it's just enough, isn't it? Again, we're on day 3 of a pitch. Sun's out. It's not going to be nipping around or swinging around everywhere, but he's just getting enough shape on the ball, a little bit of nip every now and then. And thoroughly deserved the 3 wickets that he's picked up to date.
There's Leach in the foreground. I love that square on shot from just below Old Father Time. In the foreground, Mr. Blackwell. Does it again. As I say, great bowling because he's just grouping them constantly on a spot. And the batter is in so much doubt.
So a lot is made sometimes the bowlers who get close to the stumps and then sort of almost force it away, but look, he's sort of outside half of the crease there. And again, with the slope and with the angle of the bowler, as a batsman it draws you into playing at the ball because you think it's all going to be coming in towards you at the stumps, but
let's take a single.
and a lot of people probably think that the major way that you take wickets bowling from the pavilion end is bowled and LBW just with the ball nipping away, but I would imagine, I'm not that I've looked at the stats, but I would imagine there's more caught in the slips, caught behind, just because it is an end for a line bowler to bowl. You get a line right, batsmen are playing balls they should leave alone, pushing at the ball nervously, and that sort of brings the slips very much into the game. So looking at that square on pictures, so is that the sort of, if you want to get in the on the TV or on the stream, but there again equally if you're skiving off work, that's the place not to sit.
Yeah, exactly. We were yesterday wondering how many former Middlesex players would be able to pick it out around the ground, but I don't know if many got the chance to come and sit and watch cricket yesterday. I don't think anybody did, because it was all in the garden out the back.
They did. I mean, it thinned out certainly between lunch and tea, and again, I mean, it sort of only started to fill up really about in the garden, sort of 12:30, 1:45. So people would have watched a couple of hours there and watched an hour and a half probably in the afternoon.
It's interesting, those that kind of keep touch and those that don't. Gat was saying he was never a cricket watcher when he played, but now he stopped playing, he can't stop watching. He loves watching the game. But then so many others, I mean, David Nash actually, in typical Nash fashion, he goes from being the absolute clown to being quite poignant. Oh, that's close. I think he's safe. The umpire's not in a position to give it. Blackwell was trying to get around, pretty convinced, we all are, that he was in, but nonetheless it was good cricket by Somerset, making sure that Higgins was honest.
I'm going for in. Pretty quick mover, Higgins. In by good 6, 9, 12 inches.
Let's go back to David Nash. You could really,
I was going to say he was poignant. What day was that?
You could see how much he missed it, how much he misses playing, how much he misses being part of Middlesex. He said they were the best times. You were there with your mates, and you could feel what he was saying. That he was sad it was over.
Yeah, I think it's the same for every county, isn't it? I mean, it's different football in a lot of ways. There is more movement now than there used to be, but there's not a huge amount of movement between counties, and that's where you played. And if, again, there were people there yesterday that only played a couple of games, 2, 3 in the first 11, but it still means a lot to them. It's part of their career they're very proud of, because I say there's only been 740, is it 50? I should know the exact number. The people who play first class cricket for Middlesex in the last 160 years. So you are one of an elite group, and it does mean something. And they handing the caps out yesterday to people. It's a lovely item to have, something there that sort of basically celebrates or marks your time with the county. And Middlesex wouldn't be any different to others. I mean, Surrey obviously do things very well, but equally people that play for Leicestershire, Derbyshire, sort of what you might sort of consider to be the smaller, less fashionable clubs, but it still means a huge amount. There you're following in the footsteps of some sizable figures.
He's ridden the bounce well there, Holman. Over the top of it, got big on him that. Played it well. Another example of the ability that young man has with the bat.
Yeah, we saw him play a miss at the ball in the last over and asked why was he playing at that. It's a bit straighter, a bit closer to him. So therefore, you see there more control over the shot, more of a punch than a waft. But with a small boundary on the offside, if it beats the field, majority of occasions it's going to run away for 4.
Nash knew everything. He knew everything that was going on, up and down the county, all the scorecards, all the teams. It was amazing listening to him there. That he's a busy man. He's got a successful business going, hasn't he? And a life away from cricket now, doing really well, but still desperately misses it, and still clearly absorbs it all from afar.
Oh, he's a badger, isn't he? Cricket badger, in a lovely way. The outside edge, I think that's going to run away for 4. Oh, other field's just going to put it in. Oh, great bit of fielding. Yeah.
You said it before, they've been outstanding in the fields. They really have.
And it's a mindset, isn't it? You're well in control, opposition are following on, still 75 runs behind. And yet there you are, putting, I suppose, your body on the line, saving a single. Fantastic bit of fielding there. And sometimes it's rewarded. I always remember my comeback test match at the Oval after having been injured for a couple of years. And Mark Ramprakash, I think it was Mark Waugh, hit one into the offside, and Mark Ramprakash pulled a brilliant one-handed stop off at back the point round the square. And the next point I got him out. Next ball we got him out. And you think, well, actually, if that bit of fielding not taken place, would I have bowled that ball? And equally there, sometimes when you get that, you get a 3 there instead of 4. You've got to change your batsman. Sometimes that bit of fielding is rewarded by the bowler taking a wicket or something happening in the ball or 2 that follows it.
Pete Hanscom didn't score the runs that he wanted to at Middlesex, but he was brought in something of a remit from the coach, then Stuart Law, which was to change up things a little bit in the dressing room and on the field. And on the field in particular, he really set a tone, set an example, and set a standard, didn't he? It was quite clear, maybe he spoke to him about it, that he felt the whole game came from the field, all the energy. You have to have it right in the field. Which you wouldn't necessarily associate with the side then going out to bat thereafter, but he just said, look, you get it right in the field, everybody gets it right in the field, then everything else you just find falls into place.
I suppose it's one of the things you can control. Well, although fielding is a skill in the same way that batting and bowling are skills, and you can be in good form as a slip fielder, I'd imagine, as a catcher, then you could be in poor form as a catcher. But you can certainly create energy, you can be on your toes, you can save that single at wide mid-on by just moving quickly. Has he got any bat on that? Was it leg buys? Another 4 to Holman. So moving along nicely, race past Higgins.
And of the 3 disciplines, batting, bowling and fielding, it is the one that you can work hardest on and improve quickest, I'd suggest.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't become an athlete.
No, but you can be fit. That is something you can control. You can be fit enough as a bowler to bowl 24 overs because of the work that you put in behind the scenes. So that is something you can control. So you can go into a game knowing that I can cope with this workload. The only the column I felt, and I think most people you can't control, is the wicket column, because there's so much that can go for you or against you on a given day that sort of controls that. You can control the overs you can bowl, be fit enough to bowl. You can probably control the maidens and your run rate to some extent, although there are some days when you don't get it right, and whatever you try, you sort of leak runs. So as a bowler, there are 3 columns you can have some control over, but the 4th one is the hardest one, which is obviously the wicket column. But you know that if you do something well for long enough, shot Ryan, 4 runs down the ground, that will get. And I suppose to some extent, I mean, that's why bowlers maybe are a bit more rounded, philosophical animals than batters, because as a batter you don't have to do much wrong some days, and you got your day's over and you've got no chance of getting it back. Whereas a bowler, you can come back later in the day and maybe correct some ills, but equally as a bowler, when you have a bad day, it goes on and on and on and on and on.
Day in the day.
Well, but yeah, as a batter, you're having a shocker, you're off the field quickly, right? It's nightmare being sat on the balcony here and having another opportunity passed you by, and it does play with your mind. But as a bowler, you're bowling rubbish, the opposition are on top, the wicket's flat, the captain Gus come and have another bowl, and the torture just continues.
Outside. Half an appeal from Henry, though more enthusiastic behind the stumps. dabble on that one from Higgins. Craig Overton.
Got a look at this first ball. Last spell. Trapping, well, judging to have trapped Max Holden in front. Gentler warm-up ball, that one.
He had a good lunch. Catches the cry. Oh, it's in the air. Goodness me, that would have been some catch. Great effort. Leach completing the fielding.
It's a great effort, as you said there, Kevin. Good bumper. Drawn the hook shot when the fielder was sort of getting under it. I thought it was straight down his throat, but pierced the gap, Mr. Higgins. Bit of good fortune there.
I saw a catch like that taken in 2005 or 2006. Huge amount of ground covered on the dive forward, one-handed catch, absolutely incredible in days long before even the static cameras, let alone the streams. Tim Mercer emerging with the ball. It was an incredible catch. He'd covered so much ground to get there. Speaking of athleticism, as we were. End of the over, 172 for 6. Higgins 16, Holman 26. .64 overs old now, the ball. An hour to the second new ball becoming available, should it be required. Jack Leach is back into the attack, 1 for 15 from 6. It's up White in this innings, picked up both Higgins and Holman in the first.
Yeah, well, he was the second bowler, wasn't he, to take a look at the first bowler's spell. He trapped Robbie White, LBW. His first delivery just straightened enough. Hit White on the front pad. We're looking for them omelettes that we're talking about outside off stump. Look at Tottenham's omelettes there.
Where was he yesterday? Tuffers.
He wasn't. Well, he wasn't there. He was here this week actually. He was doing some filming, I think, for I don't know much for the BBC in the museum.
Nice shot by Holman. Just a single with the sweeper out there, but again control.
He's been in the jungle again, hasn't he? I haven't been watching it.
Did you watch it the first time?
No, a little bit. I mean, we didn't recognise him because we thought, who's that sort of kind, generous, helpful individual? It's tough. I've had 15 years of you. You never offered to do anything for anybody else. There he is, all charm. I think it was a past winners, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here type of thing, and he got kicked out. And I said, how do you get kicked out? He said, well, apparently I was too selfish. We could have told you that before the first one. And he said, yeah, he said, I was sitting in some coffin with snakes all over me, getting me prizes. And then expected to come out and give them all my food. I said, I'm the one that's been stuck in there going through this. I'm having my own food. I think that was his sort of mentality there, which didn't obviously go down with the public. Well, if you want to have some fun, you get him and Nash together. Tufnell and Nash, you wouldn't be in control of that sort of period of play if you had those two on the microphone together. Although Tuff has sort of become institutionalised, doesn't he? Sort of he's different. he wouldn't be on the radio as he is in the dressing room or in a quiet corner of a bar somewhere with Mr. Nash.
I don't know if it made the final cut or not. I was blurred out, but dropping his trousers to go and get a beer during the player dressing room reunion on Zoom.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? Him sort of kept nipping back to the fridge for a beer, didn't he?
It was only about 11 o'clock in the morning when we recorded that.
No, it was a bit later than that.
All right,
wasn't it?
half past 12 maybe.
We were chatting for a couple of hours, weren't we? I think he ended up with a scotch. He'd run out of beers in the fridge. I think he ended up with a scotch in front of him.
They were all meant to be 50 minutes or so, and that one had to be a 2-part special, didn't it? Yeah. No, they were great fun, those. They were a privilege to be part of. And that was, what Nash was talking about, missing your mates. It was exactly what it said, dressing room reunion.
Well, you don't grow up, do you? You're sort of in this little sort of safe area, which is a dressing room, protected, well looked after, doing what you want to do. Very privileged position to be in, and probably don't people realise it until they leave it one day.
Well, that's what I meant about players who kind of go away, and Nash and Gatting still obviously watch with great interest. Edge taken at third slip. Holman's done, gone for 28. Overton has a third wicket. Pace pushed across the left-hander, bowled far better in this innings. Getting his rewards. Middlesex 7 down.
Well, his second over of this spell, the first ball we commented on a bit of a loosener, but by the end of that first over, he's getting the ball to bounce. As he does, big tall man hits the pitch hard, and again it's the extra bit of bounce there that's created the chance. Holman Wondering why he got drawn into playing it. Yes, he could have left it alone. But a good wicket there for a seamer. Banging it in just short of a length. Slide off and a good catch there, third slip. So I went quickly to him there, but nicely into a safe pair of hands. So yeah, Middlesex just short of an hour. Made Somerset work, Holman and Higgins. But not long enough. Middlesex still 54 runs behind. And with only 3 wickets in hand. I don't think Roland Jones is going to come out here and block. So what's going to happen may happen quite quickly.
They're finding it tough back at the top, aren't they? Bat and ball. Talk about margins in the matches this year, trailing by 54 runs here following on. The seemingly agreed opinion was that first innings par score was probably around 300, and I think that came from both dressing rooms. So Somerset have overscored by 100 runs. Batting first, Middlesex 100 runs light themselves with the bat, and then forced to follow on. It is a very, very competitive Division 1, very fiercely fought top flight that Middlesex have returned to. The Somerset side, as you said, they've only lost 1 game, drawn 4, but going for their first win. They look like a very, very strong outfit, Somerset. There's runs to be had in that top order. There certainly looks to be plenty of wickets to be had as well.
I didn't see Toby Roland Jones bat in the first. Did he play a few shots?
No, for the most part, it was quite calm. But then at the end, towed it up in the air, in the offside. Scored 39. He's caught Lammonby in the cover. Whether he just decided against Henry, well, look, this guy's going to get me if I don't go after him. But there wasn't much of that first time around. You can almost full understand second time around now. They're on the ropes, Middlesex, and we saw him produce something pretty special here against Sussex last year on a track at exactly that side of the square. Actually, we were recalling this the other day, but you weren't with me. He'd thumped what we said was a massive. Was it that it did make it for 6, or it was just shy of 6? He thumped a huge one against Sussex from where the pitch is positioned now towards Old Father Time. On 75 for 7. Holman caught Lammonby, bowled over to him for 28. But yeah, he and Simpson teed off. Dropped the scorecard, and they'd added somewhere in the region of 120 runs in no time whatsoever. Which almost set up a game against Somerset that was heading for a draw. Draw it was in the end after Lenham, the youngster, batted for a long period of time. Keep Middlesex at bay as they look to push for an unlikely chase at the end. This will be an interesting encounter now. Leach to Roland Jones. Short boundary to the leg side.
They're good mates as well.
Nice flowing drive. Think about two. Overton returns the throw. Back they come.
Yeah, when I was in the selector, they were both on the Lions tour, I think, to the West Indies, and got on very well, so get on with each other.
Nicely done by Roland Jones.
Leach is a diamond of a bloke, really nice chap. That's a chap he didn't go to public school, I don't think, did he?
Just looking up the next fixture for Somerset in the Championship away at Essex, 11th of June. They entertain Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge on the 25th of June. Before entertaining Hampshire and then travelling to Northamptonshire on the 19th of June. Actually, they've got Surrey. Actually, they've got 5 games in this middle period of the summer. So Somerset entertaining Surrey the 25th of July. So Hampshire, that's just telling me, have beaten Northampton. Hasn't gone on the table just yet, but will do imminently. They've wrapped up a innings and 135-run victory. Essex trail Nottinghamshire by 108. They're 36 for no wicket in their second innings. Nice umbrella out, fortunately for the right reasons, for the cricket season, for the summer. A little bit of shade. We've seen more than enough umbrellas for the wrong reasons so far this summer. First round of matches that really been able to enjoy the overheads. Still too much. Moving back down the slope, high as well.
Closer than we thought, that.
Yeah, at first you thought no chance, but in slow-mo. Better pace about him, Overton. From a Middlesex youth team opening batter, Toby Rowland-Jones. Second Division, Durham lead Glamorgan by 317 runs. They're 164 for 2 at Cardiff. Sorry, at Bristol. It's gone through. 4 more.
Buzzers! One of my favourite calls in cricket, that. Buzzers. Buzzers. I'm not sure. 'Cause you buzzed it, I suppose. Like a throw-in is a buzz, isn't it? Overthrows. Loads of overthrows around the club grounds this afternoon. 4 bits of backing up. Not even in position. And on numerous grounds, I'm sure when that happens, there'll be the call of buzzers.
Did you enjoy your umpiring stint earlier this season? Have you had a second go yet?
No, well, my debut in the league was rained off on the 5th or 6th. Probably been with you since then. I think I've sort of penciled next weekend. I'm not on the original list just because I didn't get my going through all the hoops that you have to go through to sort of become an ACO member and your DBS checked and then accredited. Didn't have time to do that since sort of doing stage 2. I sort of said these are the weekends that I'm available for, so the first 6 weeks have been sorted out, but there's always dropouts, so probably get a game next Saturday.
Use the feet just for a single to the deep mid-on. Just looked it up, yeah, so we talked about this last year or the year before. In the First World War, in the trenches, the bullet that missed the target was referred to as a buzzer. Drifting down.
That makes sense, doesn't it? The throw that's missed the target.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? All the different things that crop up and when they crop up, whether that was brought back from World War I. Gets hold of that, Rowland-Jones. Just going to be pulled up inside of the boundary rope. We'll have a couple. Takes move to 190. 39 behind now. It's just slowed up again from the scorer's box here at Lord's. Took over in a moment, but Rowland-Jones onto 11. Oh, he's got hold of that. Goodness me, mind your heads. Umpire Blackwell going to duck to one side. Fortunately, that did miss its target. Although I doubt he was the target for Rowland-Jones.
Rowland-Jones getting a bit of early T20 practice in here. But no, that's a good shot, that actually. Hits the ball hard. Hit the ball a long way too. It was a good wind-up, wasn't he?
Powerful batter, isn't he? And there goes another. And that one goes just over the top of deep mid-on. That was not far away at all there. Got enough leverage and enough distance on it. End of the 69th, 196 for 7. Roland Jones on 17, Higgins 21 will have the strike. Middlesex trail by 33.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting outfield, isn't it? Sort of almost got backspin on that one. Sort of got under it, sort of sliced it slightly, and lobbed over the fielders. So he's lobbed it over mid-off, lobbed it over to mid-on. Picks up a couple. Come on, get him on.
No, he's getting on with you. I'm going for an over.
Gone on with me.
Yeah, we've been desperate to hear this. A few words from Angus Fraser, it'll be Mike Catting.
So that means I've got to commentate. Hello, Gat.
Gussie, good afternoon. It's been one of those horrible, strange days where some good balls, some bit of bad luck, and some good bowling, I suspect.
Higgins there, take another quick single. I mean, that's one of the things that Middlesex are looking to do at the moment, sort of put the Somerset fielders under a bit of pressure. Energy about the way these two are going about it, but not a great position to be in. Mr. Getting.
To be fair, you know, the quality of the bowling from Henry and Overton and Siddle has been exceptional this morning. They've kept it, as you'd expect from the test bowlers, they've kept it really tight, and Overton's got him with a couple of wickets, and yeah, you'd have to say they've done their job. They've actually bowled it in the right places, and the guys have battled hard. I mean, Stoneman and Eskenazi last night and McKinn this morning, but Somerset have prevailed.
Roland Jones played a shot of ball. Played some strong strokes in the first innings, but as I said before, he's a wonderful clean striker with the cricket ball, and that's a lovely shot there over mid-on for 4.
Just does show that this wicket's a very good wicket, actually, I guess, isn't it? You don't know how to play your shots, but Toby's enjoyed it so far, and we need probably about an hour and a half, if not 2 hours of this, just to make a game of it. And I'd love to see it, and I'm sure the crowd would here today as well. But they're not going to change the ball again, surely. Every time it gets belted, they seem to change the ball. The umpire's conferring there about something. I'm not sure what. Went over the boundary or not. I'm sure
Wasn't
it
a
did.
6, was it?
I don't think it was. I
No,
think
it
it
was a
certainly
4.
bounced short. And, just a question to see what Mr. Overton's retort is, whether it be a short one, like most fast
Bumper.
bowlers.
Yeah. You think we're predictable fast bowlers then, Gat?
Well, you know, it was just the way he actually ran in. You could actually see him running in even quicker, and you could see as he got to the crease, it always looked like he was grimacing before he got there to put everything into this ball. And as it turned out, it wasn't a bad one. It wasn't too short, but it was certainly on this particular track.
Well, when you were batting, could you read a bowler? Do you reckon you could tell what we're doing as we're running up sometimes?
It was dangerous to actually try and read a bowler, because you should just watch the ball, but you do sometimes get a feeling that it's going to be one or another, and it is a bit of a guessing game.
James there, if he pitches it up, he's going to get hoiked, so he's been hoiked over the leg side there for unlucky fielder. I mean, we were talking this morning about Somerset's fielding being
it has been exceptional.
It's been exceptional,
yes,
and so no shortage of effort there, but rather than flick the ball back, he's knocked it onto the rope. So 4 more runs for Roland Jones.
Yep. Once you get a bit of momentum down that hill, it's great for one thing, but the ball does keep going, and it was a fabulous
What do you mean?
effort,
You never
but,
chased the ball down there.
No,
you were standing at second slip, doing a double
I was
teapot.
busy ducking at short leg, trying to catch your inside edges that were never going to carry to me at short leg. You wouldn't let me get anywhere close. Anyway, no,
you
we
were
won't get that.
you were at second slip, standing there just with your hands on your hips, shaking your head.
Well, it never got to me. That was the problem. It kept dropping short. That was a bit a bit fancy. That was.
Yeah, you don't want to go playing any reverse sweeps or anything like that, do you? At Port Parts of games, Cat?
Well, it's the old ramp that was, wasn't it? And I'm just thinking he's got. Sorry, what was that about reverse sweeps?
Yeah,
we weren't going to that one, were we? It got us out of a lot of trouble, those reverse sweeps. Just because
not when Alan Border was bowling it.
Oh dear.
What's he going to do now? It's a real game of cat and mouse out there. Overton's not very happy kicking the ball to the bowler, so Roland Jones won that little contest, but how long it'll last for, we'll see. Sorry, Gat.
No,
Alan Border reverse sweeping. That's
yeah,
where
it was.
we were,
That's right. Yeah, we got to that, and it just hit my shoulder, and I got caught in the the final of the World Cup, sadly. But I was just about to sort of mention that Toby is a very, very good striker of the ball, and what I find frustrating at times, he started off very nicely. He's at 2 or 3 fours like that. And actually, he doesn't have to do what he tried to do, which is trying to ramp it. And then he's tried to step away to the offside and smash it over extra cover, but was followed by Overton. He doesn't need to do that. He can still just stand there and smash it and do it properly without trying to be too fancy. And I just would like to get him back to the agricultural as opposed to the fancy.
I agree. Don't want to be too slogging. How's Higgins going to play? Been warmed up. It's cut one back there for 4 runs. So runs coming quickly for Middlesex. It's been a difficult morning. I think the opening session, just about 2 and over Middlesex scored at, but the arrival of Roland Jones at the crease, and I suppose Middlesex's plight being that sadly defeat seemingly inevitable. These two have opened their shoulders and started scoring a bit freely. So left arm spinner. What would you be looking to do now?
Well, if I was Higo, I'd just keep batting. You know, in his own right, he'll play some good shots, and another one there cut ferociously to backward square behind the on side, and there's another couple of runs. And if I was Higo, he plays positively enough just to keep playing, and Leachy, as we all know, will bowl you 2 or 3 good balls, but give you a couple of balls to hit. So why not just do it that way? It doesn't matter how quickly we get them; it's about how many we get now. So as I say, that's why it's probably as much as important to me that Toby, if he wants to play some shots, fine. But you know, remember, Higo can bat, and you know, it's like anything. Nice forward defensive there, played with his bat, unlike somebody who played a bit earlier who played with his pad, sadly. It's going to be, yeah. Let's see. It's hard once you get a partnership going. You know, things can change, and as I say, Toby is very, very capable, and Higo certainly is. And Mr. Leach, why get out to Mr. Leach? Why not just get some runs? Keep batting, keep going. You've got eyes here.
A bit of red ink. A little bit of red ink.
What is wrong with the red ink? There is nothing wrong with the red ink. Oh, hello.
I was just saying earlier on that Leach and Roland Jones got on very well. He's gone for a cheeky little man cat there. No.
Steady. He's lost his run up again. Or he's having a chuckle. It's all. Everybody's just taking 5. Man. There's a bit of a wandering around from Higgins. Ready to start. Oh no, they're not. A bit of chatter going on out there, obviously. Another lovely sort of square drive there from Higgins. Brings in 1.
Keeps strike. 7 off the over. Do you remember when Mr. Tufnell lost his run up once?
I did, and Mr. Edmonds. It's amazing, left arm spinners. I mean, there are a lot of them that did that, and I never know quite why. And if you speak
to... They're sort of different characters in lots of ways, aren't they?
Developed on the wrong side of the brain or something, I'm not quite sure, but...
don't go there, Gav.
No, I won't go there, because most left-handers are... Yeah. Anyway, no, it is strange because they don't run very far, do they? So if you're a fast bowler and you run, unlike you, medium pacer, the guys who run fast and run a long way. I mean, oh, there's a silly single, but a misfield there. If he'd have picked that up, I think Higo might have been struggling. But as it was, a good sharp single to Higgins and. Gets Roland Jones back on strike. But no, they've got 5 or 6 paces. And I mean, Philip Edmonds had to actually almost in a test series actually stand and bowl the ball, literally just stand, because he lost it. And then a month later he got it back again. And you say Cat, I mean, he didn't know what
Tough
foot to
has
start
forgot. No,
on.
he forgot what foot
to
he
start on,
skipped.
that's
Yeah,
right.
or what he skipped off,
Yeah,
didn't he?
it was quite incredible.
Good shot. Good shot again by Roland Jones.
Now, if he can keep doing that for the next 2 hours, Gus, in the agricultural area where there are no fielders.
Well, you're not
picking
asking a
up
lot
two.
then, are you? For
No,
2
not
hours.
really. He kept his head down. He kept his head down. Length ball, just eased it over straight mid wicket. Didn't try and hit it too hard. There is a fielder out there now, so he just has to get it over that mid wicket area. And
You'd be looking to
ball.
cut Overton down the third man. You wouldn't you? Sort of dab him down there.
You see, there's no need for that. If he'd have stood still, he could have just tucked it down to fine leg here for one and let Higo have a go. They've got to think just a little bit more sort of like the way he should be batting and can bat.
Think like someone who scored 35,000 runs at an average of 50. That's maybe why they haven't got 35,000 runs at an average of 50 yet, because they don't think quite like you. And that's what we feared. Roland Jones keep giving himself some room, and Overton lost the previous over. Roland Jones got the better of him, but on this occasion Toby's had a wild slog and he's lost his leg stump, so that little battle's been won by the bowler. And the gentleman sat next to me, head dropped, handed the microphone to Kevin Hand, and has disappeared to the back of the box with a rueful grin on his face, shaking his head. Thank you, Gat, that was lovely.
Lost for words, Mike Gatting. Actually, he probably wasn't lost for words, and that's why he handed the mic over.
Well, the words he wanted to utter would have had to be censored. But it's absolutely right. I mean, it's one of those ones where you think, well, you start playing like that and you score a few and you miss one and you get out. Are you better off just staying in the crease and nicking one? But you think, having almost unsettled the bowlers as they had done, to rein it in a bit and be a bit more sensible and just push it around. I just say, it's still 14 runs behind, so the first target for them now is to try to avoid losing by an innings. The ignominy of losing by an innings.
So Ethan Bamber comes out to join Ryan Higgins. I told you he was like me. He starts thinking about after tea then, doesn't he? A few runs get away. Vitality Blast is up and running today, isn't it? Derbyshire Falcons are 49 for 1 in the 7th over against Lancashire Lightning at Edgbaston. Birmingham Bears take on Yorkshire Vikings in the second game of the day there. You skipped past me that was happening. South East Stars are 48 for 4 in the 7th against the Blaze in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. The other evening for Sunrisers. They're in action here on Thursday, taking on South East Stars before Middlesex take on Surrey. Opening Blast game. Good double header that. If you're in the capital on Thursday, have the chance to get down to see. For Bamber, first up.
Everton's got the ball through better than any other bowler that I've sort of seen in this match, and I have to admit I didn't see much of the first couple of days, but it does again just show. And Overton's not quick. I mean, again, when he played for England, it was sort of high 70s, early 80s. That's where he was most of the time, but aggressive, big, tall man, hit the pitch hard, get the ball through to the keeper, chest height. That's why he's been the successful bowler that he has been.
2:15 for 8. Roland Jones bowled Overton for 27. Somerset a step closer to victory. See a couple of Somerset fans in the background there. I think I saw a Sunrisers hat a moment or so ago as well. In the grandstand in the background there. A couple of Somerset hats up at the top.
Quite a few Somerset fan supporters here this week, which would be nice to see.
First trip they've been allowed to Lords. The Bob Willis Trophy, wasn't that still been able to come into that one?
No, Middlesex, we played them, didn't we, in the when there was the 3 regional competition that year.
Yeah, the conferences.
Because they, well, actually, to be fair, Somerset chased down a target they shouldn't have chased down, about 270, wasn't it, in the second innings, on a pitch that was offering help. Lewis Gregory rode his luck, but equally probably deserved his luck through being pretty brave with the way that he went around it, wasn't he, in an aggressive way.
Being well placed for Ethan Bamber, slipping a short leg. Gully cover, short extra cover Overton, mid off, mid on, mid wicket and backward square.
Calmness returned after Gattings disappeared.
I was just about to say, I always wondered what it would be like being on the field with you, so I just got a slight inkling there.
Well, someone yesterday came up with a picture that was taken from a match that Middlesex played against the Australians in 1993. And it's of me walking away from the middle, looking pretty fed up and angry, and Gat behind, wagging his finger at me. And that was a memorable game.
Ice bowled him into the block hole. Bamber plays over the top of it. Somerset are nearly through. Middlesex still 13 behind and 9 down.
Yes, Ethan Bamber yorked himself there. He actually drives the ball quite well at times, in the way that players do against spin now, but he's giving himself a little bit of room, probably doing Leach a bit of a disservice there. It looked like that may well have straightened a bit more than I thought. But equally, Bamber looking to hit the ball, probably should have been playing straight through extra cover. So an ambitious shot from a tail-ender at the start of his innings. Middlesex 216 for 9. Somerset 1 wicket away from a comprehensive win, and fully deserved win.
Yeah, game's well up for Middlesex, isn't it? And really has been for a while. But I remember being mischievous earlier today, as everyone was around the media centre with a bit of gallows humour this morning. Middlesex up against it, but I remember saying to a few that when you first arrived at Middlesex, they were in a pretty bad way. One of the first things I remember you saying to me was, the way you change it is you stop losing early on the 3rd day, and if you're going to lose, you lose deep into the 4th day. There's a little bit of that challenge about this for this season for Middlesex. It's got a couple of wins under the belt. If they want to stay up this year, they probably need a couple more, maybe one more would do, but obviously not just looking at staying up. They want to be a competitive team at the top of Division 1 again at some point. To do so, there's a bit of hard graft, isn't there, ahead?
Well, there's a lot of hard graft, and there's a sort of sometimes sat down thinking, well, how are we going to get out of this little bit of, well, so 1-2, lost 2, sorry, lost 2, 1-2, lost 2, that's how it's going to be now. I suppose these 2 defeats, last 2, Surrey and this one here, are going to be quite sort of comprehensive, aren't they, in the way that we've been outplayed by teams. But yeah, we've got to do what we're doing better. Simple as that. I mean, there's some good cricketers there. There's some cricketers that won titles. know what it takes to sort of be up there at the top of the First Division.
There's actually an awful lot of experience, isn't there, in that Middlesex side. First game of the season, they really went full-on experience in every position that they selected against their six. Goes through. What does it take on the way? Not bat, according to umpire Blackwell. End of the over. 2:16 for 9. And there was that football.
Notice pad, I think, on the way through to Davies. Davies behind the stumps. But you need your big players to stand up to make the contributions to score an ugly. 2 or 3 of them score ugly 60s, 70s to get to win this game. So having conceded more runs than they should have done to get you up there to 250, 260, avoid the fall. Take the game as deep as you can. Things do happen. Six match. But equally, I don't think we're holding. So it's not a question of sort of blaming one area of the team. All round, we've not been good enough on too many occasions.
Rejecting a single. Higgins down to long leg.
I think some thunderstorms brewing somewhere. We're going to take 4 sessions of cricket out of this game.
If there's one thing he
does, I can't see them at the moment.
If there's one thing he does, Higgins, it's fight, isn't it? Looks at that one, it's in the air. Higgins might go, and he does go. There's the match. Overton has 5. Finally taken catch down at long leg, and celebrations for Somerset at Lords. They have been all over Middlesex since losing the toss. 10 for 2, 183 runs for the 3rd wicket, and they haven't really looked back since that point. Overton's come hard at them today, wicketless in the first innings, as Siddle was as well. It's been quite the team effort from Somerset, especially the bowlers. 5 for Henry in the first innings. Siddle picking up 3, and now Overton with 5 to finish the match, and been wicketless as Siddle was in the first innings as well. They have all round been better than Middlesex in this game, Somerset, and it's been a hard 3 days for the hosts, who know they've been well beaten in this one. Somerset record their first win of the season, do so by an innings and 13 runs. It's been quite the impressive performance by then. Again, at 10 for 2 on that first morning, it's a good toss for Middlesex to win. But they finding life tough at the top in their return to Division 1.
Yep, congratulations Somerset, well-deserved victory. Well bowled Craig Overton. 5 for at Lords. First, I can't remember, may have got a 5 here before, but he's got one now, so that's something for him to put in his catalogue of achievements. He'll be walking off with his ball in his hand, leading the team off there. 2 Middlesex dejected Middlesex players. So it's been a chastening week for Middlesex. Overton there, leading the players off, deservedly so, and bowled his side to victory. So yes, Somerset, first victory of the summer. And just following the scores, they've been scoring some runs, they've not been outplayed in many games at all, and wondering when it comes around, but they've put, well, not Middlesex aside, pretty comfortably in this 5 sessions, or sorry, 8, maths are going here, 8 sessions that we've had. And looking upwards and onwards, Middlesex be a quiet dressing room that they retire to. Richard Johnson and the coaches have got some work to do.
Yeah, they've got a little break now for the blast, haven't they, before those games. So we mentioned a trip to Hampshire. Hampshire should go to Merchant Taylor School, and then Surrey here at Lords. There's obviously 2 very, very big games there. Hampshire and Surrey sitting up in the top 3 at the moment. Hampshire's victory today. Somerset climb up to 4th just behind Hampshire, so looking better for them. 3 wins will be close to keeping a side up this year. 2 wins went down last year, but equally the team on 2 stayed up with just 1 win. Of course, there's only 5 points for the draw this year, but Middlesex, those 3 games, so they've got a lot to think about.
I think you've got to take it further than that. I mean, you can't. We've got 8 more games, so you only want to win 1 of them. You've got to be thinking you're going to win more than 1 game. But you've got to start playing some decent cricket. You've got to get your players scoring runs, getting big runs, getting 160s, 170s. You need your bowlers bowling with the control and the discipline that you want. And you play well for 3 days, you can compete and win games. I don't think there's a side that you say you can't compete and win against, but you've got to do things a damn sight better than they're doing at this moment in time. So I sort of just sit there and sort of think, well, they've got 8 games to go and you've got to win 1 of them. I mean,
well, I was going to say
there's a lot of other cricket to play as well.
Those next 3, they've got 2 really hard games in there. Hampshire away, Surrey, as they showed last week. Strong side come here towards Northamptonshire in between. They won't take any of those 3 lightly in terms of Merchant Taylor School, but they've got a good record there. There's an opportunity. Down at Hampshire, they'd like, I'm sure, to think middle of the summer. These are top quality batters at the top. They're test batters, the top 3.
Yeah, but I mean, we talk about it, but it shouldn't come as a surprise. I mean, you want to play at this level, don't you? You want to play at the highest level. There's players here that want to go on and play for England, so they want to play at a higher level. And if you're playing at those levels, you're going to be challenged. You've got to cope with those challenges, and that's one of the things that Middlesex have got to get to do over the next, well, certainly in time for the next game against Southampton, is to go out there and put in a performance. You can't sort of be bowled out for under 200. We haven't got a batting point this year, I don't think, have we?
1 batting
one
point.
Batting
so far,
point.
yeah.
So somewhere you've got to, even in difficult conditions, you've got to get out there and scrap and be good enough and get on top of the opposition however way you can, whether it's grinding down, whether it's being more aggressive and positive, but you've got to find a way to get in games and to compete in games.
It's a little bit of everything you've just said there, but also the bowling. One thing that I've summarised in the first half of this season is it's the first time since probably before you took over as managing director of cricket that Middlesex have been regularly out-bowled, which is not something that I've said in a very, very, very long time.
Yes, and I suppose you go into this game and you've got 4 bowlers that have probably all taken their wickets at under 20 runs apiece so far this season. So Middlesex, I mean, wickets vary around the country, and the pitches here have had certainly a bit in them. I mean, the pitch we played at the Oval had quite a bit in it last week. So the figures for the bowlers look quite good when you've got Higgins, Murtagh, Roland Jones and Bamber. They're all sort of got mid to early teens number of wickets this year, and all averaging under 20. But equally, you're not going to have situations where all your bowlers are averaging under 20 and your batsmen are averaging over 40. If you're playing in teams like that, then you're top of the table. So it suggests that batting's been difficult. But yes, I think there have been a number of occasions where we have been out-bowled, and certainly look at some of the opposition bowlers. They've sort of hit the wicket a bit harder than ours, and therefore things have happened a bit quicker and they've got more out of them. And
that's where you look to Blake Cullen, Tom Helm, to put that little bit of pressure on to get through.
Absolutely.
And the other final thought before we go, Bartlett, brilliant 121, but put down on 25, put down
Well,
again.
You were saying, 9 for 2. Somerset in trouble. What was the score when Bartlett was dropped? 25 maybe?
He was on 25 at the time, so not much more.
So there'd have been 35 for 3, and all of a sudden you are creating some doubts and some fears.
And you backed up the decision to bowl first.
Yeah, and I think when you decision to bowl first, you look at the pitch. But I suppose, although saying that, I don't know how many games this year now have been won by the side batting first, but the figures and the statistics would suggest that there's more in it for, well, you win a game, you win more games if you bowl first. That would have been why the decision was made. You suddenly, what you want to do is get a sort of panic in the dressing room, don't you? And sort of that horrible, quiet aura about them that sort of everybody sat there knowing they're in a bit of trouble here, and you suddenly knock aside for 35 for 3, but the drop to catch, and Bartlett, to be fair, played very well. Got really good support from Tom Abel, who's a good player, a good cricketer. And Middlesex's decision to put Somerset in then starts to look iffy, and it can be those sort of small margins, but equally I think you said that both sides sort of felt that 300 was a power score on that pitch. So they're 100 ahead, Middlesex 100 below, and there's the game really.
Well, congratulations to Somerset. It's over to the blast next for these two teams. Middlesex entertaining Surrey on Thursday, which will be live on Sky, that game, so you can pick up the coverage of that on TV. The stream will be back thereafter for the next home game. It's Hampshire away on Friday. Angus Fraser, thanks very much for your company today. Mike Gatting and all the others who've helped us out on the stream throughout these few days. Thanks for your company at home. There's the summary of the match. Bartlett's century standout for Somerset, of course. Abel as well, that partnership that drew things back from 10 for 2 to 193 for 3. Higgins' 4 for, he was impressive again in that first innings, but Henry's 5 for 45 really blew Middlesex away in the first innings, and despite the defiance of Simpson, he was left stranded, and for Middlesex from there, really, it was always going to be a long, long way back, despite the efforts of Stoneman and Eskenazi this morning. But as you can see, Overton 5 for 46, those two standout figures with the ball for Somerset. So that's it for the championship for a little while until June. It's over to the blast on Thursday. Good luck to Somerset in their next few games as well. Thanks to them. Thank you to the visiting contingent tuned in for this one. So we'll be back the next home blast game here with the stream. Middlesex next up against Surrey on Sky on Thursday, and then that trip to Hampshire. Tune in for those. Keep tuned into the social medias and the website, of course, for all the reaction to this one. For myself, Kevin Hand, and the stream team here at Lords, it's a very good day to you. Somerset win by an innings and 13 runs.